Good morning, Paul. It's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a sound check?
Absolutely. Good morning, Cheryl.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning, Erin. It's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Oh, 9:31. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll call order to the meeting. As we can see, everybody's in attendance here this morning. I'd ask for a motion for adoption of the agenda as presented. And thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, that the May 5th, 2026 agenda be adopted as presented.
Perfect. I don't believe we have to go to debate on this, so we'll just go right to vote. Thank you. Amazing that motion passed as unanimously. Importantly, before we start, we are going to, we have a proclamation for Sexual Violence Awareness Month. So if you give me a moment, I'd like to read this out, and then I would invite Ira and Cameron down after for a photo with council. So bear with me, and I will attempt to read this out. May 1st to May 30th, 2026, whereas sexual violence is a pervasive issue that impacts individuals of all ages, genders, races, ethnicities, socioeconomic backgrounds, and whereas it is imperative to acknowledge the impact of sexual violence on survivors, families, and communities, and to stand in support and solidarity with those who have experienced trauma. And whereas promoting awareness, prevention, and healing for survivors is an essential step in addressing the issue of sexual violence and fostering safer communities. No one person or agency can eliminate sexual violence on their own. The effort of the community as a whole to offer respect, consent, and ongoing support helps to encourage healing and break the cycle of trauma and violence. And whereas together, the City of St. Albert and Saffron Center call on our community members to join us in the effort to raise awareness about sexual violence and its impact on communities by participating in the following: raising awareness about sexual violence and the impact it has on all levels of society, supporting survivors of all types of sexual violence by offering compassion, non-judgment, and access to services for healing, staying educated on issues of consent, boundaries, healthy relationships, and online safety, and bystander intervention, advocating for policies and practices that prevent sexualized violence from occurring and support survivors, fostering a culture of deep respect, empathy, and integrity where sexual violence is not tolerated at any level. Now, therefore, on behalf of council and the citizens of St. Albert, I, Scott Olivieri, the mayor of the city of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Sexual Violence Awareness Month in St. Albert. Please let us reaffirm our commitment to creating a community free from sexual violence where everyone is treated with dignity and respect. So thank you very much. I'd invite you down for a photo and your proclamation. Okay. Uh, no, I'm gonna do it now. I was supposed to get, I don't want to misquote it. I'm just trying to log into my computer that. Yeah. Okay, before we start, I'm gonna pass it over to my colleague, Counselor Patrick, just to make an announcement regarding, Red Shirt Day, and the importance of it, and why we're wearing these, pins, in honor of that. So please, Madam Patrick.
Thank you, Mayor Olivieri. I just wanted to acknowledge that May 5th is known as Red Dress Day, and it's a day to raise awareness for missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. It's a day to honor the lives and spirits of those lost to gender-based violence while standing with families and communities who continue to call for justice and accountability. There is a red dress display downstairs here in St. Albert Place, and there's also a red dress display out at the Healing Garden. If you have a chance to walk over there and just take a moment to honor the day and those lost in your own way, that would be really great. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe we have any business arising, at this point, so I'd ask for a motion for, the consent agenda to be, thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of April 21st, 2026. 8.1, Environmental Advisory Committee 2026 priorities. 9.1, 2026 Community Recognition CSAC recommendation. And 12.2, Bylaw 13/2026 Northeast Borrowing Bylaw, first reading.
Thank you very much. We're just flying through this. Okay, we will go to, pardon me? Vote, please. Yes, sorry. I'm trying to multitask here and it's not I will not multitask anymore. And that passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We will go to business items here and turn it over to Mr. Fletcher for our Fire Hall 4 permanent utility service charter approval. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'll just offer some brief introductions and then turn it over to the team. So there's a sort of a subtext theme to today, which is Fire Hall 4. There are 3 components that you're going to see over the course of the day. You will recall, and I won't get too far ahead of the team, but the actual charter for the build of Fire Hall 4 has been approved and will begin this year. And so there are complementary components now that are coming into sequencing. One of them, and a key one, is servicing the fire hall itself. That will be followed by, a public hearing to look at the potential to redistrict that land to ensure the permitted use. And then ultimately, as you look at your 10-year capital plan, there'll be a discussion about, the potential for some additive work as it relates to the actual build itself. And so those are not part of the charter. They are distinct, though clearly complementary. And I just wanted to sort of stitch those things together a little bit at the beginning to provide that context. And so I'll turn it over to the team now to launch into the first item.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Jordan Bitteridge. I'm the Manager of Asset Management, Land and Integrated Infrastructure Services. But today I am Acting Director, filling in the big shoes that Donnie George have left. But yeah, I'd like to introduce Meredith Willisey on my right here. She's going to be taking us through the presentation.
Thank you, Jordan. So good morning. I am Meredith Willisey, Senior Project Manager in the Capital Projects Office. Today, I'm here to present for council approval a charter for the permanent sanitary sewer servicing for Fire Hall Number 4 site, city-owned lands, and the surrounding developable lands. I will provide some background on the project as well as the servicing being proposed as part of this charter. Identified in St. Albert's 2002 long-range plan, the need for a new fire hall on the city's north end was intended to enable St. Albert Fire Services to continue providing excellent customer service to residents in a timely manner. The project charter was approved as part of the 2020 budget, and in 2021, Council approved borrowing bylaw 22/2021, giving the go-ahead for the purchase of land, construction of the building, and procuring the necessary equipment and apparatuses for this new fire station. In January 2022, approximately 6.667 hectares of land, which equates to approximately 17.3 acres, along the west side of St. Albert Trail was purchased, allowing for both the construction of the Fire Hall Number 4 and a future transit center and park and ride. As the land purchase was larger than required for either use, a land planning exercise performed in 2023 under the current approved Fire Hall Number 4 budget. This concept plan was created with input from across the organization, and the final concept was completed and approved, and is shown on the right-hand side of the slide. The project is utilizing an integrated project delivery model, which is a collaborative approach bringing together all key participants, owners, designers, and builders. This allows for an innovation in design and construction to keep costs in check. Team acquisition was completed in July of 2025, and the preliminary design and validation was completed in October of 2025. A redistricting and subdivision application was submitted in October last year, and the public hearing is later today. The project team is currently planning to begin construction in the summer of 2026, with completion of construction in the fall of 2027 or spring 2028, weather dependent. Current project design has included a large water main, 450 millimeters, that then crosses to the Fire Hall 4 site crossing St. Albert Trail. This will service not only the fire hall, but the adjacent transit center and park and ride, as well as surrounding areas. A smaller water main is planned to run south to service the fire hall, as well as city-owned lands to the south and west. The project has included an on-site stormwater pond, as shown light blue on the left-hand side of the slide. And all these costs are currently included in the approved Fire Hall Number 4 budget. The engineering-00088 project scope includes a large trunk line, which will be installed across St. Albert Trail, with a smaller line running south to service the city-owned lands, which includes Fire Hall Number 4. This trunk line would be off-site levy eligible, as they are beneficial for more than just the city-owned lands, and costs will be recoverable from future developments. This project scope falls under the offsite levy project entitled Sanitary Levy Project 1, North Annexation Trunk Phase 1C. It is anticipated this project will be constructed in conjunction with the Fire Hall Number 4 build, resulting in an offset of levies owed by the Fire Hall development of around $200,000, as shown as non-recoverable. The non-offsite levy portion is the smaller pipe that runs south to service the city-owned lands. This portion is specific to the city and thus not recoverable, as it doesn't benefit future developers. This slide outlines the next steps for the project schedule, which includes the approval of the project charter. We'll have to add the scope to the fire hall contract, which will be an administration process, the redistricting, and so forth. So our recommendation is that engineering-088 be approved in the amount of 1.9 million funded as shown. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. I would open it up to council for some questions. Councilor McKay?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Mr. Fletcher or staff, looking at the diagram, where the 1,200 millimeter sanitary trunk crosses St. Albert Trail, is that directional drilling, or will that be tearing up the road?
We're currently refining the design on that. Right now, we're thinking of a guided boring process.
And I guess the second question is, I mean, when it comes in off of Ernest, I always thought that it was going to be a little bit further south, so it would actually come in off of Fowler or that area. Usually, and I shouldn't know what I'm talking about. I'm a policeman talking about fire, so please bear with me here. Is it usual that we actually have that little bit of a distance to get back, to get out of the fire station hall? I always just thought the placement was a little bit more so that it would be direct access onto the service road and then onto the St. Albert Trail. I'm just curious as to the alignment of it, and maybe that's not a question for you because you're talking about servicing.
Yeah, not really germane to the decision today. I
Yeah.
think I would submit that as an IR, Council.
Yeah, no, and I'm not gonna suggest we move the fire station. But I guess it was just more curious, because I thought it would save the 450 millimeters of secondary is all. Anyways, that's my questions. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you very much. I'll move it to Councillor Cortash, I believe has some questions as well.
Guess I need to enter the meeting. There we go. First of all, Mr. Mayor, I was happy that I read an agenda report and understood stuff about offsite levies. I feel like I'm getting there. But I didn't understand the $200,000. What's the $200,000 that is not recoverable? I'm not sure I really understood that part of the offsite levy. And is that the same $200,000 that was referenced earlier in the report that was the wastewater offsite levy cost, the reduction in, anyway, are those two different $200,000?
Yeah, the team will walk you through it,
Sure.
but the reason it's not recoverable is because it benefits solely, that component of the project benefits solely the city-owned lands. It does not benefit the remainder of the development in the north.
Okay.
Whereas the other does. That's the fundamental difference between it, but the specific breakdown and the internal offset based on on-site storage versus the pipes being put in, I can let the team dive into that.
I thought, so yeah, no, sure. I thought that was the $400,000 that was not leviable because it benefited our lands. So then my follow-up to your comments, Mr. Fletcher, what's the difference between the 400 and the 200?
I could take that. So I guess just to break down the slide here, that red line is that 1,200 millimeter sanitary trunk that Meredith mentioned. We're looking at boring under St. Albert Trail. So right now that pipe itself is estimated at 1.5 million. The fire hall site itself owes $200,000 in levies. So instead of paying those levies, we are paying $1.5 million of construction. $200,000 that we would have owed goes towards that construction, but that means there's $1.3 million in overcharges that the city put towards that construction that we can now recover back from others. So that's where that 200,000 comes from, is instead of paying it out as levies, we're actually paying it towards an offsite levy project itself.
Sorry, thank you. And then the 400,000 is the part that is benefiting just city infrastructure that is not recoverable.
Yeah, that's that
The
purple line.
purple
on
line.
the-
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cortash. I'll move it to Councillor Hughes.
Okay, let's just go through this one more time. So we have 200 grand that's basically just gonna be sunk costs, and the rest of it would still be moving towards the final solution. Is that right? Or no? Like, is anything actually helping us towards the 74 million project? No. So all of this is sunk cost.
This is separate from the Northeast Servicing project. So the Northeast Servicing provides the trunk line. Everybody still needs to tie, or trunk line, I'm probably using the wrong terminology. Everyone else still needs to tie into it. And this is our tying into it that will both service the fire hall from our perspective, and then also enable others to tie into the Northeast Servicing as they develop on the west side of St. Albert Trail.
So would we have this, what I'm hearing is, would we have this cost, whether we did this now or we did this in 2 years from now?
That is exactly right, Councillor. And so we're proposing doing it now. If you recall, when the original project came in, because Northeast Servicing wasn't even really a discussion at that time, there was talk about the potential for on-site servicing and some various options that were built into the charter. Given the momentum in the Northeast and where things are sitting, we're proposing going now and essentially trying to achieve those savings in terms of that piece.
Okay. So timing is not important, other than the fact that we have the potential for having the 74 million actually materialize, the ultimate solution. Even if we waited, it would still be the same cost to us. Okay.
Or
perfect.
more, depending on how long you waited with escalations, right?
Right. The same or more. Yeah, we're waiting for deflation to kick in one day. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, let me know when deflation shows up. Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other questions, so I'd ask for Counselor to bring forward the motions as presented. Oh, sorry, Counselor Mackay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you speak about deflation, and then I'm presenting the motion. Thank you very much. That the Capital Charter ENGE 088 Fire Hall for offsite wastewater servicing provided as an attachment be approved in the amount of $1,900,000 to be funded as follows: 1.265800 from offsite levy recovery fund reserve and 634,200 from the borrowing bylaw 22/2021.
Thank you very much. Before I accept that, is there any burning questions left? I believe we answered those, so I will move it to debate. I'm not sure if we have to debate this.
I don't have any opening comments. I think the questions in the last response is the reason as to why we're moving forward at this particular time. And this, I believe, if I read in the project charter, construction is intended to start fairly soon. So I'm looking forward to Fire Hall 4 getting underway and actually servicing it this way rather than having an on-site servicing. I think this is a much better way.
Thank you very much. I would say fire halls are important and having them serviced would be complementary to that. So thank you.
What's a fire hall without water?
It doesn't, I'm not a firefighter, but I assume it doesn't work. Thank you very much. We can move it to a vote, please. Surprisingly, that passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, our public hearings don't start until 1 o'clock as advertised, so we will continue to move through the agenda. Maybe we'll take a moment here to let our administration get set up. So maybe we could take a 5-minute break here so that Monty can get sorted. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
you for the, my apologies. We're just going to take 2 seconds here and publicly acknowledge those that are recognized in our CSAC recommendations. So I'll turn it over to Councillor Clark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through the 2026 CSAC Community Recognition Program, which was approved on consent this morning, we are pleased to recognize 3 outstanding contributions to our community. Donald McDonald is being honored posthumously for his dedicated service to St. Albert in the category of citizenship. George and Jeanette Vargas are recognized for the meaningful impact that they have made on our city's cultural landscape. And Desjardins Insurance is being recognized through the St. Albert Chamber of Commerce in the Pillars of Business category for their continued commitment to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And obviously very important to recognize that. Now I will turn it over to Mr. Fletcher for 10.2, which is our AR 26-223 2026 Alberta Municipalities Resolutions. And the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I will turn it over to Mr. Monty Kilo to deliver the presentation.
Good morning, Council. I'm Monty Kilo, Government Relations Advisor, and before you, for your consideration and approval, are 2 potential resolutions to sponsor for Alberta Municipalities' upcoming 2026 convention that's taking place in Edmonton this September. Administration has drafted these resolutions, which speak to operational and strategic issues that have been highlighted as areas where provincial policy and legislative changes can improve the city's ability to provide effective, efficient, and financially sustainable services to residents. Administration has consulted with key advocacy partners and administrative subject matter experts on the content of these resolutions, and should they be approved, we'll work with Alberta municipalities to ensure their submission follows proper policy. Alberta municipalities' resolutions highlight issues that impact many or all Albertan municipalities and are issues that require action from the Government of Alberta to address. Resolutions that are approved become part of Alberta municipalities' advocacy efforts with the Government of Alberta. And given that Alberta municipalities advocates on behalf of all their members, approval of these resolutions has to occur through debate and vote on proposed resolutions at the yearly Alberta Municipalities Convention. Any resolution that receives 50% plus 1 of the vote at the convention becomes adopted. The resolutions process involves a few key steps to get a resolution from draft form to a vote on the convention floor. So first, council must approve or move a resolution by motion, and that's what we are here for today. Second, council should appoint a resolution champion for each resolution. This councillor who is appointed a resolution champion will work with administration to seek a municipality to second the resolution, which is also a requirement, and will also speak to the resolution on the floor when it is debated at the convention. Resolutions that have been moved and seconded must then be submitted to Alberta municipalities by May 31st so that they may be reviewed, refined, and approved by their board of directors. All approved resolutions are published during the summer, typically at least 1 month before the convention. And at the convention, the resolution is presented by council's appointed resolution champion by a short introductory speech. It is then debated if any other Alberta municipalities members want to speak for or against the resolution. And then this is followed by a vote to approve the resolution on the floor. And as I just mentioned, 50% plus 1 of the vote means the resolution passes and becomes adopted. So our first resolution today is Equitable Provincial Charitable Gaming Model. And it speaks to the inequity that exists for charities and municipalities such as St. Albert that can only fundraise in casinos outside of major urban areas, namely Edmonton and Calgary. This inequity means these charities wait longer for events and make less money than their Edmonton and Calgary counterparts, and as a result, must rely on local funding and municipal support to remain sustainable within the community. The resolution asks the province to address this inequity by adopting a more equitable charitable gaming model. Numerous studies have been published by both the government and AGLC that recommend this. However, neither institution has actioned this recommendation as of today. St. Albert moved near identical resolutions on this topic in 2022 and 2018, but both these resolutions have since expired. This newest version of the resolution, if approved by council and adopted at convention, will ensure that Alberta municipalities continues to advocate to the province on this topic. The second resolution, door-to-door solar sales, speaks to a regulatory gap that is causing administrative burdens and resident confusion across multiple Alberta municipalities that administer clean energy improvement program bylaws, such as St. Albert. In 2017, the province banned door-to-door sales for home energy products. This ban was prescriptive and included products such as furnaces, air conditioning, doors and windows, insulations, etc. However, this ban does not include solar photovoltaic or solar PV products. In effect, this means solar PV contractors are the only types of clean energy improvement program contractors that are permitted to conduct door-to-door sales. This has resulted in issues related to misinformation and confusion about clean energy improvement program eligibility criteria and processes that's being shared by solar PV contractors to residents. As a consequence, administration has had to devote resources to addressing confusion and correcting misinformation on the program. And this environment has arguably led to some residents losing trust in the administration of the Clean Energy Improvement Program. Administration has confirmed this issue is present in other municipalities with similar Clean Energy Improvement Program bylaws, and has also been noticed by the solar industry itself, including provincial solar PV product and contractor associations such as Solar Alberta. This resolution basically asks the province to address this regulatory gap to enhance consumer protections. So that concludes the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. It should also be noted that if council desires that administration draft any additional resolutions in advance of the convention, Alberta municipalities also has an emergent resolution process which administration can help to facilitate.
Thanks very much, Monty. I appreciate it. I will open it up to questions and start with Councillor Cortash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I sent an email this morning. I'm happy to champion the charitable gaming model resolution, but I do have a question about the second one. Not really sure I understand the second resolution. Maybe I'm just not familiar enough with the Clean Energy Improvement Program. I don't understand what the confusion is or what the staff time is. We had a solar panel salesman come to our door and it was excellent and gave us, we ended up getting getting solar panels. It was excellent. So I don't know, like, what is the confusion? How does it overlap with CEIP? I don't really understand the problem.
So I might defer to our manager of the environment, Megan Myers, who's online, but I'll just kind of preface it by saying CEIP programs or Clean Energy Improvement Programs have very specific eligibility criteria from the types of products and the types of contractors that are actually able to be eligible under the program for the funding. And if a solar contractor explains to a resident that perhaps they are licensed to do this work, but in fact they are not an approved CEIP contractor, it could result in this misinformation where somebody thinks they're getting a CEIP finance product, but they're not. But I'll also defer to Megan Myers here to add any additional information.
Yeah, thank you, Monty. So I think it more comes down to the high pressure sales that our residents are experiencing at this point with the door-to-door sales. Although you may not have experienced it, what we are hearing from Alberta municipalities is that our residents are, and Alberta residents are experiencing it. And as a result, they're signing contracts really fast and having to maybe go ahead with some of these upgrades that they weren't really prepared for or financially ready for. So as a whole, over Alberta, we are experiencing that. And as Monty said, just because the rest of the CEIP upgrades, the door-to-door sales isn't available. So now that the door-to-door sales with solar are able to go ahead, it's just creating some confusion with residents because of those two differentiating approaches to the sales of this.
Okay. I guess the stakes are a little higher for solar panels. I mean, we have telecommunications guys, we got the internet guys that come to our door all the time, and there's no does the province just have a ban on home improvement sales, like clean energy? There's no ban on other types of door-to-door sales, is there?
Through the mayor, that's something we might have to look into to confirm, but to my current knowledge, it is just for those home energy products and is not inclusive of solar products. So furnaces, air conditioners, insulation, windows, door-to-door sales for those products are banned. They are not banned for solar PV products.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I will move it to Councillor Mackay, please, for questions.
Yeah, thanks. Mine's more a logistical question in relation to the process. You identified that there's a number of municipalities with SEEP programs, but then the way that the Alberta Munis requires us to get the seconder, is there any communities that meet that eligibility requirement that have a SEEP program?
Through the mayor, yes, there's quite a few, and a bunch of them fit the requirement of being municipality that's smaller than 10,000.
And they,
Yeah,
and they have SEEP programs. Oh, good.
yes.
All right. Yeah. I mean, if nobody else wants to step forward, I can do that, but I think that's a good resolution, particularly if it's already seeking a support in Alberta Muni.
Thank you very, pardon me, thank you very much. Sorry, give me 1 second. Don't believe there's, now we have questions. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be happy to champion that.
I've done it before, so I'll be more than happy to let you go ahead and do it. I mean, honestly, I mean, it's really interesting because it just happened the other day where we had a door inquiry about it. But so I will gladly cede.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Wow, look at the working together. Okay, so Marta, please correct me if I'm wrong. We have councillors now appointed to the resolution, so we are good.
We just need to pass, there's 4 motions.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're ready on the legislative side. We have the names now. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Bermansky, did you have questions as well?
Yes, just one last question. Both the presenters should be attending the conference, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. And I would, Councillor Cortash, thank you. Is going to put forward our motions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move that the resolution entitled Equitable Provincial Charitable Gaming Model provided as attachment 1 of the May 5th, 2026 agenda report entitled 2026 Alberta Municipality Resolutions be endorsed and referred to the 2026 Alberta Municipalities Convention for consideration.
Is it okay if we do all the motions together?
Yes, you bet.
Okay.
And that Councillor Cortash be appointed as the resolution champion for the Equitable Provincial Charitable Gaming Model Resolution for the 2026 Alberta Municipalities Convention. And that the resolution entitled Door-to-Door Sales provided as attachment 2 to the May 5th, 2026 agenda report entitled 2026 Alberta Municipalities Resolutions be endorsed and referred to the 2026 Alberta Municipalities Convention for consideration. And that Councillor Clark be appointed as the resolution champion for the door-to-door sales resolution for the 2026 Alberta Municipalities Convention.
Thank you very much. There's no other questions. I don't believe we're going to have opening commentary, so we could move it to a vote, please. Thank you. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. See, now we're flying. We will move it. We'll give admin a minute here to prepare for 10.3.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Wonderful. Okay, that was quick. We will move on to 10.3, which is AR 26-197 Service Level Inventory Annual Update, and I'll move it to Mr. Fletcher to start the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. I'm going to pass it over to Nicole Dooley, our Manager of Strategic Services, and Danielle Littlefair, our Strategic Business Advisor, for their service level inventory update.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Dooley. I'm the Manager of Strategic Services, and I'm here today to present an update to the service level inventory for Council's approval and the city's multi-year program and service review work plan as information. So there's a number of different things I'll walk through. I don't have a PowerPoint. I just have a verbal presentation for you this morning. So to begin, the service level inventory is a compilation of service levels related to externally provided city services. It is appended to Council's policy that determines how the city prepares its proposed budget prior to budget deliberations. The service level inventory is one of the primary documents that administration uses to determine what is part of the base budget versus what is considered growth. So we maintain this inventory to ensure transparency and foster shared understanding of city services and the levels of services provided. As you will see in the reports provided, the service level inventory is organized by program, sub-program, service, and subservice. This structure simply represents how some services work together to achieve a broader mandate defined at the program level, while also articulating the granular level of service we provide down to the subservice level. So the proposed changes to the inventory have been made at the subservice level. In total, there are 4 edits and 2 additions made to the inventory since the last time this was brought to Council for approval in 2025. So the updates proposed in the inventory are related to service levels that have changed or been added due to carried motions by Council in the previous year or to reflect simple wording updates. In one case, an organization that was listed in the service level no longer exists, and so this was removed from the level of service. The rationale for each change can be found in the summary of change report provided as an attachment to this agenda report. So in addition to the updates to the levels of service, we are also recommending a minor wording change. Currently within Council policy, the service level inventory is written as the services and service levels inventory. We are recommending that this just be simplified and changed to service level inventory. And so this change would affect the inventory itself by the name of the document, but it also would impact Council policy CCAO 15, program and service review, and Council policy CFS 05, budget and taxation guiding principles, where the service level inventory is appended. So this change is simply being recommended just for simplicity, as well as to reflect the naming convention that is commonly used within administration. Lastly, in the attachments provided, administration has also included the multi-year program and service review work plan. So this is a multi-year work plan that is maintained to manage program and service reviews undertaken by administration. These reviews are conducted in addition to audits and reviews conducted through the Internal Audit Steering Committee. Council recently received the Internal Audit Steering Committee work plan for approval, and so this work plan is complementary to it. This work plan was previously reviewed by City Council as part of strategic planning in February of 2026. And so it is being provided as information at this time, as it may lead to future recommended updates to the service level inventory once those reviews are complete. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions from Council this time. I would also add that directors who have changes and additions to service levels within the inventory are also available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, everybody's running to the question poll here. We'll start with Councillor Bermanski, please.
Thank you. And I'm just asking this question for the public on page, where it's listed as any portion of the 55% of growth revenue is applied to the business cases. Could you just update for the public when that will be changed to the 45% that was passed in council motion?
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, because the service levels sort of stem, looking at the budget going forward, this will be brought forward as soon as it's programmed. And the planning for budget 2027 already incorporates that breakdown, Councillor. But absolutely, it'll be formally incorporated in the next few weeks once we program it into a council meeting.
Okay, and then we'll have the policy change at that time.
That's correct.
This policy says it was updated September 2003. I thought there was updates since then until now, but maybe not.
And you're referring to the budget and taxation guiding principles?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so you're updating it now, but updating it again in a few months then.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortash, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For some of us, this is the first time seeing this document, and so I've got lots of questions, but I don't really know how to approach this or what the purpose today. So I understand there's some wording changes and a couple of updates. But is this service level inventory document, is the purpose for today, if we have changes or questions about, I mean, there's tons of things in there. So is today that opportunity to ask questions about that? To make changes to service level inventory? Does this happen annually? I guess I'm looking for a little bit of context in terms of what the expectations are for today and how this document and these service level inventory, the service levels get changed.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I'll start and certainly the team can jump in. So I would say that this was also part of orientation, though you probably don't remember that, but you know, so it's not the first time, but you know, from a service level perspective, this defines what you have told administration to do in terms of outputs, right? And so this forms the vast majority of our budget. It's not negotiable. And so ultimately you tell us what to do and we come back to you to tell how it, you know, we propose delivering it along with the attendant resource implications, right? And so yes, this is confirmed annually. You know, a fulsome review has not been done since this council took office in terms of that. So, you know, if you have a significant change you want to make, I would say today is not the day to make that change. You could propose it. There's a lot of analysis that needs to go into the so what's of those proposed changes, right? In terms of the resource implications, and I mean resource capital R. And so that could certainly be had. My suggestion, right, would be that to allow us to get on with forming the budget for 2027, that be fairly quickly done if you've got significant issues with it. And then perhaps we could look at a more fulsome review as we aim towards next year, right? Since we're sort of fairly shortly into the term.
And to be clear, I don't have any motions today. I don't have any changes. I'm just, in terms of the process, I've got lots of questions about some of the service level standards, and I don't know if those form information requests or if that's, or if I should go through some of those questions now.
Subject to the chair, you could certainly ask some of those now. I would be careful. I don't think necessarily we want to turn this into a huge deep dive on the entirety of the service levels, clearly, right? But if you've got some questions, as was indicated by Ms. Dooley, we do have directors online who are able to answer some of them.
Well, maybe I'll just touch on a couple and that'll help clarify sort of where to go with some of these. Okay, so. Give me a sec here. So, okay, something like this, for example, the client services, where it says all messages, so this is community services inquiries, all messages are responded to within 2 business days. Is that, I'm not sure what's meant by, so the community service, is that public operations as well? Everyone gets a response within 2 business days? Sorry, that's on page 107. I just wasn't sure what exactly that was referring to, community service inquiries.
Through you, the mayor, to Councilor Cortash, I believe that is a specific service level to our community services department. And so we do have a community services front desk service. And so people can come in person to St. Albert Place and ask questions. They can also phone in and have those specific questions answered.
So, okay, thank you. That actually ties in nicely to my next question, sort of about the document as a whole. There's some areas where I found that, for example, so that's a very specific service level for one very specific kind of community service, if that's the front desk here at City Hall, but then lacking service standards for other departments in terms of that kind of response. One of the other ones that I was looking at there was we've got in here a service level for seniors and elders service awards, but not service levels for some of the other awards that we also do as a city. So just as I was going through the document, I kind of thought, is there holes or missing, some inconsistencies? That's not really a question, more of an observation, but it looks like you have a,
Yeah, I can respond to that quickly. So, thank you for your comment or question. The service level inventory is an ever evolving document. So the first time it was ever assembled, I believe, was in 2015. And so it is been updated annually ever since. And so there are always, areas for improvement within the inventory where we can refine level of detail that's included, as well as ensure some more consistency across departments in terms of what level of detail and what services are included out at what level of detail. So that is something we are always looking at, and we're working across the organization to try to bring some consistency. But as I'm sure you can appreciate, there's a lot of things that the city does deliver. And so sometimes that can be challenging, but it is something we're always looking at.
sure. Okay, thank you. On some of the specifics, so when I was going through here expecting to see or looking for things like ice service levels for ice arenas, for example, and you know, how many arenas do we have? How much ice time do we provide, or like what service level do we have for pools and arenas and that kind of thing? But I didn't really see that in the document. I don't know if lots of these things reference other documents or other policies, but service levels around how many arenas we're going to provide, that kind of thing. Is that part of this document, or is that found somewhere else? Am I?
Yeah, I think, you know, there are obviously some complementary elements to this. There's also some things that defy service levels. So council has never said we will have 12 arenas or we will have one arena per X number of thousand of folks. There are best practices broadly. I would humbly submit that council not actually define it to that level of detail, right? Because that comes with, I would offer, it constrains your ability from a capital perspective. And so some things defy easy definition, and some things are deliberately not, right, defined, because we look at the scope and scale of the challenges. I reckon Park can certainly jump in if they've got some commentary on how they do frame availability, but more so that's a sport partner and, you know, kind of a booking issue, right, and a partnership issue, as opposed to we will have X number of hours available. Sorry, that was very long-winded.
Yeah,
Ms. Podlubny, there she is. Please go ahead and jump in. Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Cortesh, I would say that it's a supplementary kind of tool that we use in terms of the provision of our service. I'm trying to find, I think, as Ms. Dooley spoke to, that right level of the information. So there's lots of details that we have behind the scenes on management of our arenas and our facilities that ensure we're meeting sport partner needs and those kinds of things. You will note in the service level inventory, hours is something that we've put in there at the end for facilities, because that was of interest to council. But I think in alignment with Mr. Fletcher's response, we want to keep that it's a balancing act of the right level of information into that service level inventory. And so this is kind of where we landed in terms of facility provision at this point.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. So I guess that would be similar response then to for something like, and one of the capital items that we're going to be discussing later or coming up in Park and Ride, for example. So that sort of service level and the level of Park and Ride we're going to provide, like that's something that would kind of fall in that same category, too specific to be in the service level standards. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, I'm going to use this the next one as a bit of a case study here, so just so I can understand the process. The annual flower program, which I know is always a hot topic, but you know, on one hand seems very operational. But on the other hand is a service level standard here that we place flower planters seasonally throughout the city at key intersections. So if, for example, a councillor was interested in changing that service level, what's the process, or changing what that looks like, you know, increasing that service level or changing the nature of that service from something contracted to something else? Is it, I mean, there could be, is it preparing a business case, a notice of motion to prepare a business case? Is it a notice of motion to change a service level? Not quite sure how to tackle something like that.
Yeah, so service levels are the purview of council. So any changes to service levels come from, any changes how we deliver service levels is administrative. We're always looking for efficiencies and better ways to do it. But a change to a service level requires a council vote. And so what you said would be my recommended approach. It would be a notice of motion, tell us to go away and do the homework, because none of these councillors on the previous council can tell you about the grass cutting service level endeavor, right? And so there are always second and third order consequences that, you know, I think I would recommend that you would let us map out to come forward to inform a decision. So a notice of motion to prepare, do the homework and come back to council would be the best mechanism.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think my last one here, sort of higher level one, trail connectivity, that kind of thing. So service level standards around trail connectivity. I didn't really see that in here, but is that maybe in other planning documents, land use planning documents? So what kind of service level standards do we have around connecting trails through new neighborhoods, new developments, that type of thing? Probably outside of this.
Yeah, so that, thank you for the question, Councillor Cortesh. That would be engineering standards.
Sorry?
Engineering standards?
Engineering standards, okay, okay. Is that what the document, is it engineering standards? Is that the document? Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I just have one question, and it just kind of popped up when I was looking at the snow and ice control. And I'm just wondering how we determine what a priority 2 sidewalk is and why Erin Ridge and Oakmont have actually been specific in this policy.
I believe Tim Saunders is online to answer that question.
Good morning, and thank you for the question. That is something that we can investigate, because there are a number of those particular elements within our snow and ice control policy that have resided for several years. That is something I would have to take away as an IR counselor.
Okay, then I will put it in as an IR, because I truly believe that people who live adjacent to a sidewalk should be responsible for clearing that sidewalk. I understand arterials where you've got a fence line where people back on, but they don't necessarily have access, but okay, I'll put an
Sure.
IR in. Thanks.
Thank you for that.
Is that all your questions, Councillor Clark? That's good. You're good. Thank you very much. Councillor Mackay is going to bring forward the motions. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if there's no more questions, I can certainly do that. That the service level inventory provided as an attachment to the May 5th, 2026 agenda report entitled Service Level Inventory Annual Update be approved and replace the appendix to Council Policy CFS 05 Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles, and that the amended versions of Council Policy CFS 05 Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles and Council Policy CCAO 15 Program and Service Review, both attached to the May 5th, 2026 agenda report entitled Service Level Inventory Annual Update be approved.
Thank you very much. I'll accept that. I don't believe we need to move this to debate, or if there's any other opening
No,
comment.
I think the questions, and for the new counselors, I think, yeah, you're right. We had it in strategic planning, we had it in orientation, but I think this is the first time you kind of really get to see the consequences, the cause and effect. And believe me, there is a cause and effect. If we start tweedling with the edges, as Mr. Fletcher has identified, there are several layers and very unintended consequences that you just don't realize. And so, being as this is the backbone of our budget, this is 80% of how we form the budget. I would encourage, if you are going to put in any motions that are going to kind of change some of the service level inventory, do it with great consideration and thought, and also get a lot of background material from administration before doing something. Anyways, that's my only comment.
Thank you very much. We can move it to a vote, please. And that unsurprisingly passed unanimously. Okay, moving along, catching up. We'll move to 11.1. I believe we'll take a couple of minutes to get everybody set up. Maybe take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Mayor.
Alrighty, I think we've got everybody back. get going here. Thank you very much. We'll endeavor down the road here and move to 11.1, which is pardon me, under business items for information and our 10-year capital growth plan update. So I'll move it to Mr. Fletcher to begin that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we've got the finance and strategic services team off to my left, so I'll turn it over to Ms. Victor.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. I'll introduce Deborah Johnson, the Financial Controller in Financial and Strategic Service, who will be presenting the 10-year capital growth plan update.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Good morning. I'm Deborah. I'm Financial Controller in Financial Services, and I'm here today to present updates to the 10-year. Oops, sorry, I lost my notes. Sorry, Jaden, I apologize. I was clicking to remove something, and there we go.
And if you could just turn the volume up a little bit, Jaden, that'd be great.
Sorry, again, Deborah Johnson, Financial Controller, and I'm here to present for information updates to the 10-year growth plan. The 10-year capital growth plan is a long-term planning tool that provides key strategic inputs for the upcoming budget year, a framework for the 3-year budget plan, and a future outlook of long-range capital requirements. This agenda item is before Council today in response to Standard 12 of the Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles Policy, which states that all additions, removals to the plan must be made by a Council motion. Administration's updates are being presented today for information only, with Council approval on May 19th. It's important to note that on that day, Council will only be approving amendments to the 10-year municipal growth plan, as the estimated funding for the next 9 years will not be sufficient to undertake all growth initiatives on the plan. Administration will bring forward funding recommendations guided by the capital prioritization matrix when the revised 27 through 36 municipal growth plan is presented to Council as part of the 27 through 30 business plan and budget. For the 27 through 36 capital plan, administration is recommending 4 growth initiatives be added and 2 be removed. Administration is recommending the inclusion of a primary site server room to the plan. This new server room would meet the technical capacity needs of the city into the future and mitigates risk. The existing Site A server room would become the secondary backup site to this new server room. This planned ask is in 27, but implementation is contingent on the construction of the new facility. Recommendation 2, NACI parking lot expansion. Over 2025-26, the NACI Transit Terminal has reached and at times exceeded full vehicle capacity, including the overflow lot. This has resulted in situations where transit customers are parking on the service road, as seen in the bottom picture, as well as in lanes designated for bus maneuvering, which has caused service disruptions due to the bus lanes being blocked. Increasing the overflow lot size to the west, top picture shows a conceptual location, will alleviate this issue as it will create 80 to 100 parking stalls. Planned ask is in 2028. Recommendation 3, Transit Network Improvement Plan. The TNIP seeks to translate the broad vision identified for transit in the city's Transportation Master Plan and the Mobility Choices Study Project into the series of actionable steps needed to move the plans from vision to implemented reality. The TNIP will focus specifically on transit service to deliver a number of outcomes and describe what a future user of this transit system will experience in St. Albert. Planned ask is 27. First step in the TNIP is designed to engage a consulting firm to help analyze system performance, redesign the network where required, develop a long-term service strategy, and provide technical modeling that cannot be produced within existing resources. And fourth, second floor, Fire 4 second floor completion. This build is intended to fulfill the originally intended future expansion and scalability component by building out administrative, meeting, and storage spaces anticipated at planning stage, but left out as shell-ready in base design. A single construction cycle maximizes efficiency and minimizes duplication. Administration is providing 2 charters be removed from the plan. Service Credit Union Place facility reassessment, since operational funding was provided in the 2026 budget to fund the assessment. And Founders Walk Phase 3 for $11,000 in 2030, as it can be incorporated into other charters as part of a more integrated approach. At the May 19th council meeting, administration will be bringing forward 4 new growth projects to be added to the 10-year municipal capital plan and to be removed. If council has any additional recommendations for amendments, they are to be submitted through the council website as a PM by May 11th, 26. Administration will then provide backgrounders for the amendments and provide them to council so they can be deliberated at the May 19th meeting. This concludes the presentation, and staff are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I believe we are going to have some questions. I'll maybe just ask a quick one. The parking lot expansion, as you mentioned, at times has over exceeded capacity. Is that expansion basically the complete maximum that we can expand? And if so, I understand that what's proposed. If not, should we consider more? And is this, now that we're experiencing it over capacity now, is waiting till 2028, in your opinion, too long to wait? So thank you.
We'll refer that to Mr. Saunders.
Good morning. Thank you for the question. To the chair, this actually takes up the remainder of the land that would not require extensive clearing at the NACI transit site. We've seen a very high increase in the use of our NACI transit site. It's a good news story. In parallel to the transit network improvement plan, we are looking at the overall network that we have. We have 2 distinct networks with transit. We have a local network as well as we have our commuter. By and large, the use of NACI is by our commuter use. The transit network improvement plan is going to look at our overall network and determine if we are able to, or when the North Park and Ride will come on board to help alleviate. So to your question about whether this is the maximum, it's the maximum with the land without clearing of any of the treed area. And it would be a relatively easy addition to this parking lot. Now, there's approximately 850 to 900 parking spots at NACI now. This adds on the order of another 100. So it's not a major increase, but it will fill like a gap that our TNIP is. We are going to be looking for that to inform us of what our overall network looks like. Then that includes the North Park and Ride, like I mentioned. If now we have a north-south spine across St. Albert from north to the south, that then some of the parking spots that are needed at NACI, would be used at the North Park and Ride, and then people are going to take the north-south routing to NACI as opposed to having to park at NACI. So we're timing this in 2028 so that we can use the TNIP to inform us of some of the improvements to our plan, in hopes of not having to expand NACI further than what this is being proposed at this time.
Thank you for the clarification. Maybe just one follow-up is, I apologize for my lack of understanding, but is there granting available for this, either through provincial or federal funding, that with their increased, desire to have people use public transportation, or is that something we'll explore at that time?
There is the CPTF funding, which we are currently recipients of the baseline funding. Then there is also the regional stream for this funding, which is being completed by the regional group right now. So this would qualify as part of the regional grant funding. We're partners with the other municipalities in the Edmonton regional area, and anything that is on our capital plan will go towards the proposed projects for the CPTF regional funding allotment that is potentially going to be given out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saunders. I will move it to Mr. Kortash now for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Fletcher and administration. Do we charge for parking at NACI?
No, we do not.
Okay. I have there was a time in St. Albert's past where St. Albert Transit actively discouraged park and ride in favor of our local transit network. So I guess the question that I have is, has this philosophy changed? I mean, adding more parking seems sort of antithetical to our desire to have local transit because we're making it easier for folks to drive instead of taking the local transit. Has that philosophy changed over the years?
Yeah, maybe I can start. Mr. Saunders can certainly jump in. I don't, it's certainly not really been a philosophy since I've been here, right? And so ultimately what we're looking at is trying to maximize the use of transit holistically across both networks. And as you're seeing that the demand is clearly there for the park and ride service. And I don't believe it's come significantly at the expense of our local service. But Mr. Saunders, please, you can probably offer more color commentary than that.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. And that through the chair to Councillor Cortash. Yeah, there is a mode shift that in the transit industry that, you know, a lot of times people will use transit because of a variety of reasons. So if we are able to improve our local network, to your point, that would actually make it more attractive to use the local networks to get to NACI and then onward on the commuter route. So they do work in parallel. There's going to be cases where people are going to be, it's more beneficial for them to use a park and ride. But to your point, the ideal is to improve transit holistically, that we would have somebody use the local networks to get to NACI or to our regional nodes and then use the commuter routes from there. So there is a balance that we're looking to achieve. I don't think we'll ever completely remove a park and ride system, but ideally, yes, we would have more use of our local network and then, you know, have a minimal parking, but there is a balance to your point.
So thank you for that. I won't debate at this stage. I've got several thoughts, but further to our previous conversation about service levels, I mean, you could flip what you said. I mean, if you make our local transit system, local transit better, that might reduce the pressure on NACI. I could flip that and say, well, if we make it more expensive to park at NACI, that might require more people to take local transit and improve that service. So in terms of changing that service level, would that, Mr. Fletcher, to charge for parking at NACI, council motion to change service levels? Is that what that means?
It absolutely would take a council motion. The homework that's probably, that's more so a fees and charges issue than it is a service level issue, but it's the same outcome ultimately at the end of the day. Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll leave transit. The Founders Walk, removing the Founders Walk phase. I'm not sure I completely understand where it's moving to. I heard more integrated approach, but I'm not really sure what that means. Does that mean that the Founders Walk, the next phase of the Founders Walk, sorry, I guess I should back up. My understanding of what Founders Walk is, we've got the signage throughout kind of downtown St. Albert and Mission Hill and heading over to the Arts and Heritage. There's another phase to that will or won't occur or will occur differently. I'm a little unclear on what that integrated approach means.
Thank you for the question. We have Miss Budd online to address that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question specific to the phasing?
So the recommendation is to remove the Founders Walk, just find it here, remove the Founders Walk phase 3. But my understanding is that doesn't mean it's not happening. It's just in the presentation, we heard that it was going to be a more integrated approach.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what that means.
Sorry, thank you for the repeat of the question. So Founders Walk Phase 3 had been divided over several years. Several of the nodes associated with that work have already been approved in conjunction with planned RMR and growth, including signage that will come at St. Albert Place, future signage at the train trestle, signage at Children's Bridge. There's some additional signs that are part of Lions Park that were part of the Phase 3 design. And without knowing when that work will be completed. Doing it as a standalone increases the cost and increases the chances of us doing work that we will then have to redo at a different time. So instead, we're working with both Capital Projects Office and Recreation and Parks so that when work is moving forward, we're integrating interpretive signage as part of that process. So we're only doing work once and reducing sort of any unknown costs.
Okay, thank you. That helps. And then lastly, Mr. Mayor, just a quick mechanics question here. The changes that are being proposed, the additions and deletions, are we approving that on the 19th? And so if we're interested in removing or keeping some of what's being recommended by admin, does that also require the notice of motion by May 11th, or is that just other projects other than these 5?
That's essentially others. So we'll be bringing these forward on May 11th. You'll debate them and council will determine ultimately what you want to do with them. I think the 11th for submissions though, 19th for the debate. And so the submission deadline of the 11th is for additional items.
Other than
Yeah,
other
whether
than these.
removing or adding. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Councillor McKay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I guess for the, just a little history lesson for the new councillor members, when we were looking at Fire Hall 4, originally, we were looking at potentially building a temporary fire hall. Lego design is not my word, but I guess that's been one that's bandied about. And so when we then made the decision to actually make it a permanent one, there was no addition in relation to having the second floor conversion at that particular time? I mean, because the costs went up. And that's, I guess, I just assumed that it would include a complete station, not just.
No, so the change from the modular to the more traditional build form had always envisioned the potential for a second floor as a shell, right? And some of that is, I think, a testament to the IPD approach, right, where that's been able to be enacted. But the internal to that, it is a shell, right? It's 4 walls.
And so this is just then basically now a decision, now that growth has changed and here's an opportunity. So potentially we should move forward.
That's correct. And certainly Chief Lemieux can jump on if he's got anything he wishes to add, but just doing it now, again, achieves certain efficiencies in terms of the build, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And I would, yeah. And costs haven't gone down. Probably they've increased with everything that's going on. I guess, and you've probably already thought about this, but you know, your primary site server room where you identify $500,000 and you need to identify a city facility, would that be an opportunity to do? I mean, and it probably requires a great deal more analysis, but there's maybe an opportunity for that server room to exist in a new facility like a Fire Hall 4, or is everything committed to other needs?
We want to start talking about that. I would recommend we go in camera, Councillor, to
fair
talk
enough.
about specifics. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just want, I'm sure you've thought about it. I'm sure you thought about some of the challenges. So thanks. I appreciate that.
Good.
Yeah, I certainly don't want to go to camera and talk about something that we're not going to make a decision on until May 19th.
For sure. Thank you. Councillor Bermansky, please go ahead.
Thank you. Related to a similar question that Councillor McKay just asked, where is the site B for the IT currently?
I would recommend we go in camera to discuss the specifics of any of our from a security perspective, the location of any of our critical infrastructure.
Okay. And okay, I'll ask one other question then. It was just updated, you know, the 2 locations last year under the City Hall redevelopment and planning and whatever. So why just 1 year later? Does that need to be an in-camera conversation as well, that we're changing it or flipping it from what it was?
Respectfully, I don't think we're flipping it. I think we're enhancing it, but Miss Joanne Graham, who is our Director of IT, can certainly talk about the time frame and the need. Absolutely, Councillor.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, Councillor Mansky. So although we did updates regarding the SAP server room, they were to bring it up to some minimum standards. The very specifics about the issues that we currently have, that would need to be an in-camera conversation.
Okay. I guess we'll leave that question for now then. Okay. I'll hold off on anything else at this point. Thank you.
Do you feel confident now?
Oh, actually, sorry, I will mention one other thing. It was mentioned that the service credit union place facility reassessment. I've had several citizens that have been waiting for that. It was kind of expected to come out this year. We'd hear some possible changes there. So now that that's postponed, how long does that get pushed off until?
No, that is still coming this year. And
Still
so the
coming?
reason we're recommending removing it from the plan is because it's already been funded and is in
Okay.
progress. Yeah.
Just clarifying that. Thank you
Absolutely.
so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is regarding the Nagi parking lot. I'm just wondering if we have any idea of the number of St. Albert residents that use it versus outside vehicles that are driving into our.
Thanks for the question. We'll refer that to Mr. Saunders.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to Councillor Clark, we do not have specifics of actual numbers, but we do know that there are Edmonton residents that do use the Naki Park and Ride from the northwest corner to use City of St. Albert buses to get into the city of Edmonton.
Okay, I guess my concern is we're funding their parking, so I guess I'll put my thinking cap on how we can actually maybe determine who's using it and whether or not by charging people maybe we can actually determine, give St. Albert residents free parking and everyone else has to pay a nominal fee, and that way at least we know before we are approving the funding on this. So just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I got some thoughts on what charging for parking to Edmonton residents might trigger, but I'll move it to Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you. So we'll just keep on this parking thing for now. I'm not sure I'm supposed to look at right now, but so we're waiting till 2028 to build it, but we're having overflow now. I'm just trying to figure out why we're not actually saying, let's just move this forward now. If we actually had a motion to say, let's do it now, is it possible, or is it the staff workload, or what is the reason for the delay in actually addressing this issue?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, what I would submit is that once we do the TNIP, there may be a realization that other improvements to the transit network could then potentially eliminate the need for this. So that's why we have timed this for future years so that there isn't a budget ask for 2027. This is for 2028, that then we would be able to revisit this. This is more to put it on the radar that in the absence of anything else, we are going to need to expand parking based on the current situations that we are experiencing.
Okay, so it's not because if we chose to do it now, we could do it now. Is that what I'm hearing?
If council chose to expedite it, yes. The reality of the timelines means that there'd probably be limited movement, if anything, this year, right? But certainly 27.
So if we were to, because the 1.6 million, that will give us how many more parking spaces?
I believe it's about 100, Mr. Saunders.
100?
Yeah, that's
How
correct.
many are we going to overflow right now? Are we estimating our parking in the service roads, et cetera?
Anecdotal, through the chair to Councillor Hughes, anecdotally, we've seen upwards of 30 to 40 parking spots on the peak periods. Now, the peak periods are usually when semesters are starting. This isn't necessarily a daily occurrence, or is it a full day? So this is something that we've experienced at the beginning of the school year, the beginning of the second terms, where 30 to 40 have been parking on the access roads adjacent.
Okay. And if we were to start this now, we would do the construction. When would we think it would be completed by? Like if let's say we would, yeah, sorry, how long would, after you start construction, how long will it take to to finish it is what we're estimating, I guess.
I suppose if the design, once a design is complete, it would probably be a 2 to 3 to 4 month time frame to actually construct a parking lot of this magnitude.
So if we were to do the design this year, we could probably build it and have it ready for the fall of 2027?
I think that is very achievable, yes.
Okay. That's extremely helpful. The other question I had was that you said it in the background or in the Porter Charter. I keep hearing the 67% increase. Is that 67% increase since COVID when the usage went down, or is it prior to COVID?
Through the chair to council use, those are numbers relative to prior to COVID. So we've well exceeded the COVID, pre-COVID numbers, and we're seeing on the order of 8 to 9% of transit increase year over year.
Okay. Are we seeing that at the local level as well, or just at the commuting level?
By and large, our commuter service is the majority of our increases. We are seeing approximately 4 to 5% on the local levels as well. But the vast majority of our users are our commuter users.
Now, the 1.6 million on the estimate, is that using like $2028 with inflation at God knows what, or is it using it today's dollars and just putting it in the 2028 time slot?
That is current, current value.
Current value. So if we were to wait its potential, it could be 1.8 or something.
Potentially, if the escalation was as such.
Okay. That's super helpful too. So let me just get through all this, because I'm just thinking this through, because I'm looking at potential, if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm looking at potentially moving it up, because if you want people to use the bus, you can't make it inconvenient when they get there. The transit network improvement plan, this isn't one that I'm having an issue with. So what are we thinking that's going to be different? Because I've seen, or at least I have experienced multiple, at least what it felt like, additional reviews of transit routes, et cetera. Very little has changed at the end of the day. So what are we thinking is going to be achieved doing this? I read the backgrounder. I still didn't know what we were going to be doing that was actually going to be different.
Sure. So at a high level, the City of St. Albert's local transit network is what we'd consider a hub and spoke. So St. Albert Center Exchange, that's near the mall. We've got a number of routes. All of our local routes essentially go in and out from that particular node, like a hub and spoke. So what we're looking at is, as St. Albert is growing, we're feeling that there's opportunities to improve the local transit network by a different layout per se. As the city grows, it's not going to be as feasible to continue to go to a central node. So there's a spine and branch type of network that we're looking at as we're bringing additional residential neighborhoods on. Do we have local networks that are crosstown type of routes? Through the Mobility Choices strategy, one of the things that we heard was the local improvements that were desired by our residents is that to use transit within St. Albert, is there better ways so that we didn't have to necessarily have a transfer at St. Albert Exchange just to get from one end of town to the other. So it's those type of improvements that we're looking at. We are looking very keenly at the north-south spine. Like if we have something that goes up and down St. Albert Trail and doesn't actually go into the exchange, that's one opportunity we have. All of it relates to service hours with transit. So it's all linked to the service hours, which I believe you're aware. Can we do more with the service hours that we have now with network improvements? So as the visual on the screen looks, it does show you that everything does tie into the St. Albert Center Exchange, and we're geographically restricted in a lot of ways because of the river crossings. But there is opportunity, I believe, to look at network improvements where we have east-west across the north, east-west across the south, and different, like more of maybe a grid layout. And these are the types of things that we want. It's essentially like a design of a network that we're looking to achieve. And it's also going to help us when we're bringing on the new areas, potentially Chaureau, Nouveau, North Erin Ridge, these types of areas that are going to need transit services. What does the network look like? Can we use the service hours now in a better way?
So we've done a review of the local routes. We finished that a few years ago. And that was not in the intention of the reviewing of that at that time?
The transit network.
Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted
you.
You.
No, that's okay. I apologize for interrupting. This is essentially like we're taking our strategy and now we're going to be implementing a design. So similar to a transportation network, and then there's going to be the design that comes out. So this is going to be the network design components of the routing, of the timing of the actual routes that needs to happen for us to be able to implement. And also the preparation for implementation of these network improvements.
Because this sounds to me like it would be a massive overhaul with a potential massive increase if we're also putting more buses to go up and down the trail. As a result of, like, let's just say we went forward to 2029 or something. That sounds like what you're suggesting is a complete change from what we're currently doing.
Right at this point, I don't have enough data to say it would be a complete change. We would be looking to augment and do better with the service hours that we've got now. An example was as we brought on the Jensen Lakes two years ago. It was just a small improvement, but it was a network improvement where we didn't actually create a new route. So it's these types of improvements that we're looking to make. And this is going to assist us with the design of these from a capacity perspective to be able to deep dive into their network routing, the timing, the scheduling, and a model of the different performance of the routes.
Okay. We're not debating whether or not we're doing it right now, but I'm still, just so you know, when this does come up to budget, I'm still looking for, there's a lot of like what ifs here, and we've had reviews of service of local before, and it really hasn't changed much. And I'm hesitant about putting $360,000 into basically more of the same. So I'm really interested in seeing, like, not just like throwing spaghetti on the wall and seeing what sticks, but really what we think will be a realistic plan, because 360,000 can burn through pretty quickly. And the concern I really think is that a lot of people, just regardless of what you do, if they have a car, will drive, because the convenience factor, just that knowledge. So,
Councillor Hughes, we're not.
yeah,
let's
I
still
know.
be
I'm just
cautious.
letting
We're
you
not
know.
get- Yeah, not going to get into debate.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, I'm thinking about whether or not I'm going to keep it. So it is kind of, that's what I'm trying to get through here. The other thing was this fire hall. So what's the total cost of fire hall now going to be? Let's assume that this goes forward and it's approved. What is the full expenditure for the fire hall now?
If you just give us a moment, we can look.
Sure. Because, okay, so what we have, is this going to be similar to fire hall number 1 at the end of the day?
No.
So how is it different? Because fire hall number 1 has 2 stories as well.
So I guess, yes, similar in terms of a 2-story build, but I would submit that it's more utilitarian.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and forgive me if I missed it in the capital charter, like, so this is a full 2nd story? So what is the square footage are we thinking that because we're basically doubling the square footage, right?
Yeah, Ms. Willis, you may have that. I don't have the square footage,
It's
Councillor,
okay.
but yeah.
It's a big place though. Like these fire halls aren't super small, right? Like,
No, that's correct. I mean, the vehicle bays alone, right, to fit the infrastructure gives you an idea of the size for sure.
so I'm just trying to figure this out, because when and I'm going to look to you, Mr. Fletcher, to have this, we'll just have this conversation, is when we were doing the modular, the 2nd story was never even on the boards, is what when I saw the pictures and stuff, I'm looking to Mr. Councilor Mackay if I'm wrong, but it was always a single story was what we were shown in pictures. And so I was assuming that this would also be a single story. Now I understand there's obviously economies of scale of not having to increase your footprint, but when did this change to be a 2-story? Did this just this past year that we recognized that we wanted the space, or?
Yeah, thank you. I'll ask Ms. Meredith Willis, who's been leading the project. She can provide the context you're looking for, Councillor. Sorry, I guess she's having a
It's okay.
issue, but Mr. Betteridge is
Yeah.
coming up. Yeah.
It's okay.
We just have Meredith checking the question right now, but I noticed that she's not logged in to this, so we'll have to get that answer and get back to you.
Yeah, because I'm just, and even beyond just the full scope, like it says expansion. We have a couple of positions we're looking at. In that it said that. I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, I see that there's some need. I'm trying to figure out, if you're going to build it up, might as well go up the whole thing. It's probably easier than doing a partial. I get that. I'm just, something changed where we suddenly went from we needed 1 to we needed 2. Like, just from a needs perspective. Right? Because we were never planning to do 2 when we did modular.
Yeah, we're going to have to go back to you. My
Okay.
understanding was that the potential for a shell existed certainly, right? But you're right, the discussion and I think some of this again was the IPD program, right? Offered the potential. And so the shell will be there if it's, I mean, it'll still be used if it's not outfitted. It just won't, it'll be used for storage and stuff, right? There we go.
Okay.
Now we've got Ms. Willis. She can provide better answers to your question,
Sure, thank
Counselor.
you.
Yeah.
Sorry, my apologies for the delay. So as we were progressing through the design, administration of fire services determined that they were actually kind of bursting at the seams a little bit at Fire Hall 3. So having this new fire hall that was, as you indicated, cost benefit, cheaper to deal with the second floor than build a whole new building, to sort of help them out with their administration squeeze that they're having.
Okay. I'm wondering if, and now hopefully we don't do another fire hall anytime soon because these suckers aren't cheap, but like Fire Hall 3 is only a single story and maybe going forward, we just need to recognize that we need to do 2 stories, like period.
And, your point's well taken, Counselor. And I think there's certainly some lessons learned, right, as we've gone through the process in terms of the approach to this. And that's not a pejorative comment to anybody involved who've been working through it. But yeah, your point's well taken.
So the funding source is not going to come from debt though, right? It's coming from a separate, because did we tap out the debt on how much we have planned for a fire hall for?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. I believe we're getting pretty close to our debt, but the intent of this one is that it would just go through the regular capital charter process through budget. So
Okay.
we wouldn't be proposing debt for this.
Okay, so just the capital plan. Is there an opportunity to put part of it in through the debt plan or no? I guess we'll discuss that in the fall.
Yeah, we'd look at that, but I think, we did, are using some additional elements of the debt for the servicing as was previously related. So we are getting close to the top, yeah.
Got it. Do we have that number for how much it is at, or you can tell me later? We can wait.
With the 19.3 million with the 2.2 brings it to 21.5 million.
Okay. So it's actually pretty close. I think how much did we pay for the fire hall number 1? It was about 25, wasn't it? Right? You can let me know later because
We'll
I
have to
feel
look
like
that
we're,
up, Counselor.
yeah. Thanks to inflation. Like that's it for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe just a comment as we look at the parking, Mr. Saunders had mentioned, I think he said 30 to 40 at times. Adding the 100, I think taking kind of an holistic view at what public transportation is going to look like and ensuring that we are meeting the needs so that it is utilized in its most efficient capacity. So I'd certainly support, potentially moving that up to if the need is there for the residents. So I don't see any other questions on the list. Yeah, no other questions. So thank you very much. Certainly appreciate the presentation.
And thank you. We'll need about probably 2 minutes to do a quick
Sure.
changeover with Mr. Bannerman.
We'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Are you guys admins ready? Which is great. We're gonna move here to 12.1, which is the conversation around bylaw 26-009, bylaw 18/2026 regarding our property tax rate bylaw presentation. I'll move it over to Mr. Fletcher and administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll introduce Stephen Bannerman, our Senior Manager of Financial and Strategic Services, our City Assessor, to present the property tax rate bylaw.
Great, thank you. Good morning. My name is Steve Bannerman. I'm the City Assessor and Senior Manager with Finance and Strategic Services, and I'm here to present the 2026 property tax rate bylaw. Okay, great. Sorry about that. A few technical issues. Today, our presentation is broken down into separate sections. Section 1 being tax rates, Section 2, the assessment roll, and Section 3, impacts, followed by 1 to 2 slides of current events that affect ratepayers in St. Albert. So our first section is a summary of the 2026 municipal levy. St. Albert assessment tax notices are broken into 3 main components. The first is the municipal levy shown here. The general municipal.
Sorry, Mr. Banner, can you either move the microphone? It's tough to hear up here. Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt.
Certainly. St. Albert assessment and tax notices are broken into 3 main components. The first is the municipal levy shown here. The general municipal levy currently totals 151.7 million. This amount was determined in December through the annual budget process and amended by budget adjustments made recently at the April 21st meeting. When property owners receive their combined assessment and tax notices, they will receive their proportionate share of the total budget as distributed by the assessed value. A separate tax rate is also used for Sturgeon County annexation lands. Oh, did I jump ahead here? I think I did. When property owners receive their combined assessment tax notices, they will receive their proportionate share of the total budget as distributed by the assessed value. Tax rate is also used for Sturgeon County annexation lands. There's no separate line item. However, this is part of the annexation agreement. Parcels located in the former Sturgeon County are taxed at the lower of 2 rates between the 2 municipalities. Line missing this year is the municipal levy category is the service-based capital levy. The debenture, which was paid fully in 2025, is complete. The second main component to all St. Albert property tax bills is the provincial or education requisition, as it is often referred. This requisition is not controlled by the City of St. Albert. The funds are collected for funding from kindergarten to grade 12 education within the province of Alberta. The requisition is paid to all property owners, whether you have a child in K-12 or not. The third is a smaller component. The Homeland Housing is a public housing management body pursuant to Alberta Social Housing Act with a mandate to serve low and moderate income seniors, individuals, and families. Finally, the designated industrial is a smaller requisition in St. Albert. It's primarily for oil and gas or pipeline, and the provincial assessor values these parcels through the regulated assessment. There are 2 differing tax rates in St. Albert. One is for residential and one non-residential properties. This is similar to most municipalities. In Alberta, for 2026, the residential is 8.39216 mils, and the non-residential is 13.39412 mils. In 2026, St. Albert continues to have a residential subclass that is approximately 1.25 the rate of the residential and is applied approximately to 10 to 15 vacant lots annually. The total municipal tax rates continue to be applied on a split tax rate basis, which is standard practice again in Alberta. Provincial legislation requires the city to levy and collect education taxes on behalf of the province of Alberta. The city does not set or control requisition amounts. Variables such as growth, market value change, and reported assessment totals at the municipal levels are factors in the change results. It is important to note the actual tax impacts are lessened by the effect of new assessment growth occurring in 2025. Total requisition changes include 10.8% increase overall. However, due to growth and market value change, the residential increase is 6.9% and the non-residential increase is 6.0%. We'll discuss those average tax impacts further in my presentation. This summary provides a total tax rate expressed in mills for both residential and non-residential properties. These are the combined tax rates that will be on your 2026 assessment and tax notice. Section 2. Now that we've had an opportunity to review the tax rates, administration will now provide a high-level summary of assessment changes. It's important to note that the mailing of St. Albert combined assessment tax notices will occur on Wednesday, May 20th. Our legislated valuation date is July 1st of 2025. Changes to market that occurred subsequent to the July 1st valuation date form part of next year's assessment. Your combined assessment tax notice is mailed in May, so recent changes such as sales that are occurring in the spring of 2026, for example, in today's real estate market will not be reflected in the 2026 or not be reflected until the 2026 assessment year. So what happened in the 2025 assessment year? The total taxable assessment went up from approximately 15.3 billion to 16.7 billion. This is primarily due to the strength of the residential market and new construction in 2025. In St. Albert, we have approximately 19.6 thousand single detached homes, followed by 7,000 condos and detached units, and roughly 926 non-residential properties. Assessment growth are physical additions, that'll be a good one, to the assessment base. On the left-hand column in blue is residential growth. In the green bar in the middle is non-residential, and the final is the overall weighted growth on the right. For St. Albert, good growth here is averaged between 2 and 3%. So if you hear me talking about growth over 3%, it is a good year. At 3.95% overall growth for the 2025 assessment year, it would be characterized as strong, but this doesn't come without challenges. Overall growth is reported on the third bar in orange on the right. Assessment years 2022 to 2025 saw a decrease in the non-residential growth numbers as compared to prior years. With our industrial lands filling to capacity, an additional focus on the non-residential tax base is required. You can see it on the arrow on the far right-hand column. Three large components to growth are the traditional single detached dwellings, multifamily, and non-residential growth sectors. This chart demonstrates our growth in each area. The most interesting part of the graph is the red multifamily section on the left. Recall how I mentioned 2 to 3% was good growth. In 2025 assessment year, the top three areas were apartments at 27%, up from 25% the year previous. Apartment condos at 8.6%, and the duplex inventory at 6.2%. Duplex or semi-detached, planning would have me for that one. St. Albert's new growth is heavily centered on the multifamily inventories. We will now proceed to market value change. This slide reflects the overall market value change to residential and non-residential categories. The residential assessment base increased by 5.5%, overall led by the row housing inventory at 6.9%. Non-residential properties had modest increases of 1.2% overall. The 2026 tax impacts. The tax split is how much we draw from each property class. In 2025, the recommended tax split migrates back towards the residential by 0.4% from 79.5 in 2025 to 79.9 in 2026. Locking the tax split would result in a significantly higher municipal impact for non-residential property owners. Specifically, policy CFSO 5 states the percentage of the city's municipal property tax requirement assigned to the non-residential assessment class will be monitored annually by balancing municipal impacts on both property classes. Council and administration maintain a long-term objective of a migration from the residential class to the non-residential class through increased growth of the non-residential assessment base and applying a supportive tax split strategy. The recommended tax split of 79.9%, 20.1% creates parity in the overall percentage increase between residential and non-residential properties at 3.8% overall. There remains a slightly larger municipal increase of 0.3% to the non-residential property owners. The following is a 10-year history of St. Albert's tax split. Between 2024 and 2026, you can see the impacts of strong residential growth in recent history. An ideal scenario, you would see the two lines moving towards each other. Because of strong residential growth, the orange line remains stubbornly at that 80% mark, roughly. Tax composition and the three major components to tax bills. So we talked about these already. The municipal tax impact, both residential and non-residential, will increase by 2.9 and 3.2% respectively. This forms 75.8% of the overall impact in 2026. Component 2, the education tax impact. Divergent between the two non-res and residential classes, this primarily is due to the physical growth and inflation impacts subsequent to the 2024 equalized assessment roll. Residential properties increased by 6.9% on average, while non-residential increased by 6.0%. This makes up 23% of a typical property tax rate bill. Component number 3, the homeland housing requisition increased by approximately 3.5% residential and 3.7% non-residential. The homeland requisition is part of our assessment shared with Sturgeon County, Westlock, Redwater, and Morinville. The following two slides may be helpful to a residential and non-residential ratepayer as they demonstrate the overall effect to a sample property in St. Albert. The samples are for $100,000 of assessed value. As demonstrated on the right-hand column, the typical residential increase was 5.5%. So we took the sample 100,000, increased it to 105,500, which was an increase of $5,500. We applied the proposed municipal tax levy, the education levy, and the homeland housing levy, those three components to the tax bill. The municipal levy is a 2.9% increase. The education levy is 6.9%, and the homeland housing is 3.5%. This results in an overall increase of 3.8% to a residential property. That is only if you're receiving that typical increase. The second is a non-residential property. We take that same non-residential assessment by 100,000. We increase it by 1.2%. The municipal levy increase is 3.2%. The education levy increase is 6.0%. And the homeland housing levy is an increase of 3.7%. That is an overall increase, the same as residential properties at 3.8%. Some notes regarding senior property homeowners in St. Albert. Under the Seniors Home Property Assistance Grant Program, eligible seniors receive a $200 flat grant. Only one grant per household is permitted. You don't need to apply to the city or the province to receive the grant. If you're eligible, your grant will be credited directly to your tax account. This is the provincial Alberta Seniors Benefit is an income-based formula, and the list of qualified seniors is provided to the City of St. Albert. Oh, I went one too far. Through the Seniors Grant Deferral Program, the seniors homeowners can grant or defer all or part of their residential property taxes through a low-interest home equity loan with the Alberta government. The loans are repaid when the home is sold or sooner if the seniors chooses. Uptakes is approximately 75 properties annually within the City of St. Albert. And I wouldn't skip this opportunity without communicating e-billing has arrived, meaning you're able to receive your assessment tax notice online through this secure My City portal. As well, you're now able to pay for your taxes through your credit card. For both services, you're required to have your access code from your notice as well as the roll number. So if you've moved and are a new resident, please contact the taxation department with some additional verification information. We'll be pleased to help. And finally, your 2026 notice includes a QR code, which will include a link to our property tax and assessment brochure, frequently asked questions, as we used to include that with our notice. Thank you, and I'll open the floor up to the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bannerman. We do have we'll start with questions, and I'll go with Councillor Hughes, please.
Thanks. Just a couple quick ones. So we are down to 3.2 was the municipal, obviously the education helped bump it up, but we got from 3.9 in December, we got down to 3.2. Is that right?
Certainly. So it does change. So 3.9 was the increase.
Yeah.
Assessment growth came in at the end of December. Our provincial requisitions came in February, and then budget amendments were just recently. So we're
Right.
now down to 2.9, correct?
2.9. Okay, and 3.2 on non-res. I just wrote down the wrong number. So thank you for that. Kudos, because it's people assume when we come in December that that's actually going to be the final result, and it's actually a significant decrease that happened here. Unfortunately, still 3.8 overall, but if we hadn't done that, it would have been a 4.8. So thank you for that. The other question about the new residents. So land titles has got things going on for two months. So if you're a new resident and you haven't officially got land titles, how do you pay your tax bill? If it's, because let's say you have possession May 15th. And so, but you're not expecting to go through land titles till July 6th, 15th. So you're going to be issuing the bill to the previous owner. So how does the new owner make sure that they pay before June 30th?
Through the chair, that's a very common question in Alberta right now. Land titles is a little bit slower with their property registration dates. Typically, we put, well, first of all, we advertise assessment tax notices in the paper that have been sent.
Okay.
Secondly, through the website as well as through our media, we let property owners know that if they're new residents, they certainly should check with the taxation department. And that website is actually right up in front of me right now and on your screens.
Okay.
Please contact the taxation department at that time.
And just tell them you just bought a house, we're pending titles. Can you send us the bill, or how would that work?
Send us verification that you're the new owner.
Like
and we would send them the assessment.
Like a bill of sale?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay, bill of sale sent to you, that'll show it to you, and then you'll send it to the right person.
That's
Perfect. Okay, just because we have sometimes people come in and they are delayed because of moves and they're not sure what to do. So this is helpful, just so that if someone's wondering, maybe that's how they can solve it. Thank you.
And the only other thing I'd add is the onus is on the property owner, because certainly the city of St. Albert would not be able to know until that time, still such times the Board of Land Titles has informed them through our land titles download that they would be available. So again, we do try and promote that assessment tax notices have been mailed, and to let any new owners know that they are available online as well, and that you can look at your data online without saying that through My City right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Romansky, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. In previous years, the tax split, I think, was a little bit different. I think it was a little bit higher in the non-residential, but in this year's, the residential went up 0.4% and the non-residential, went up 0.4 and the non-residential went down 0.4. Was that intentional, just shifting it between the two, or?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, yes, it was intentional. So we
Okay.
looked at it. The policy CFS05 allows us to create larger tax rate increases, but we also have to balance that. Because if we looked at last year's split, so we actually regressed. Saying a regression is actually moving more towards the residential, because St. Albert and Council's overall goal is to move towards the non-residential sector. But when you receive such high multifamily growth numbers, you're trying to mitigate that increase to the non-residential property owners. So it would have been, if we left last year's tax split, we would have been above 5% for non-residential tax as an overall increase.
Okay, and did you choose the 0.4 just to take it all off the non-residential, or could it have been 0.2, or how would that have affected it?
Through the chair, we certainly look at each scenario, And we could provide different scenarios, and council may choose as part of our report, you may choose a different scenario. But we felt that mitigated the total overall assessment increase was actually closer, it was 0.9%.
Okay.
And so we basically cut that in half and said, okay, an overall increase, we've still increased the non-residential properties further by that 0.3%, but it would non-residential ratepayers tolerate a positive more than 5% increase? And that at that time, administration felt recommending this overall increase still met those two goals, met the increase of increasing non-residential slightly higher, but still an overall increase that was equal between the classes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And one of your charts there, it had the growth, the non-residential in 20 and 21. It was quite a bit higher on that chart. What was the percentage on that chart? It kind of zipped by it quickly. The green lines, yeah.
There we are.
Those two.
So really what the increase is the residential side. So it's that 4.33%. I'm sorry if you can't see that very well. It's a little small on my screen. But the 4.333% was actually a very strong number on the residential side. And offsetting that was the non-residential properties, which is at 1.65%. So that is the overall split, or that's the tax assessment growth number.
I was just looking at the green lines, the non-residential, it was up to 3.7 and 4.0. That was the numbers I wanted there to see how our goals going forward, right?
Certainly.
Okay. And my last question is on the $200 seniors benefit. What is the amount of earnings to qualify for that?
That would be the Alberta Seniors Benefit, so it changes annually.
Okay.
I could look that up right now, but I don't necessarily know it because it'd be qualifying through the Alberta government.
Okay.
I'm not going to say because it's different if you have two seniors in your home and if you have one senior.
Right.
Years ago, it was within the mid 30,000s, but certainly I would want to check that. I would want to verify that.
I think they recently changed it. I thought you might know, but that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McLeod, please.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Mr. Madam. When a resident gets their tax notice in the mail, that you identified there's a QR code, and that QR code will go to some communication materials. Do we clearly identify the impact that the education levy has on a resident's tax bill in that communication?
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay. Yes, we do. We provide the total, I guess we talked about in our presentation, the three components. And we do try to let St. Albert ratepayers know where the increases came from. And that's part of the PowerPoint on the slide that I'll just quickly revert to that quick slide here with a residential typical. Oh, there we go. And we try to communicate with taxpayers, and I guess it's a small font. But certainly on the right-hand side, you look at the rates to each component. The two we don't control, the homeland housing or the education requisition, but the municipal portion, 2.9%, is what you council are in control of.
Yeah, do you have the actual pie chart in that material as well? Because I think that pie chart clearly identifies.
Through the chair, yes, I believe it's on the first page of our brochure this year.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that's very important when we're communicating impacts, that we clearly identify that a big portion of their tax bill is because we have to collect the education levy. Anyways, that's my only question.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question about the annexation lands. So I understand if there's development, then that triggers tax rates at the St. Albert level. But if there's a change of ownership, does it trigger or is that grandfathered to new owners at the least amount? Do you know?
Through the chair, the annexation agrees. It's really the triggers, the merit behind the annexation agreement was when new development occurs. So when there's actual change in the property. So an ownership change would not instigate new tax rates, or the St. Albert tax rates, the higher of the two tax rates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions. So Councillor Mackay is going to bring forward our motion. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That bylaw 18/2026 being a bylaw to authorize the rates of property taxation for the 2026 be read a first time.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. That motion passed unanimously.
That bylaw 18/2026 be read a second time.
Thank you very much. I'd move it to any opening comments? Nothing? No closing comments? And we can go to vote, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. That passed unanimously. I'd look for a motion for unanimous consent to go to third reading. Councilor McKay? Oh, Councilor Bermansky, please. Thank you.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 18/2026.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. That's passed unanimously. Thank you. And I'd go to third reading. Please.
Yeah, and that bylaw 18/2026 be read a third and final time. And the only comments that I have, and I think Councillor Hughes already identified it, that council worked very hard in the budget year to, and with the help of administration, and thank you very much, administration, to get our budget rate down to our tax levy down to the 2.9%. And as long as it's communicated very strongly, I'm happy that that my question was answered around that the big impact is actually the requirement of our municipality to collect the education tax levy. So that's my only comment.
Thank you very much. Well said. I don't believe we have any other questions or comments, so we can move it to a vote as well. Thank you. And that passed unanimously. Perfect. Thank you very much. Go for break.
Lunch is here,
Yeah.
Mayor, if this might be a good time, if
We'll
you're willing.
break for lunch, be back prior to 1 o'clock to start the public hearing. Thank you.
Lunch isn't here, salad
that?
is here. Lunch is not here.
What? Well,
We
we
have
can't
a
start
1
till 1
o'clock
o'clock public hearing. You think we're gonna get, you think Let's get going. Okay, we're going to endeavor to get through a couple more items here before we start our public hearings. I don't believe, Marta, there's any emergent items noted between, perfect. And we'll go to item 14.1, which is a council motion 26-014 regarding a draft Lakeview neighborhood plan brought forward by Councilor Cortesh. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the draft Lakeview neighborhood plan, where is it here? Be circulated, be shared with City Council for review prior to it being finalized.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for administration? Councilor Hughes, please go ahead.
Okay, so are we interpreting this as just, you're just going to share it with us like in a, here's a memo, or is it for approval, or how are we interpreting this motion?
So it's a good question. So my interpretation is that prior to approval, it's being shared to potentially incorporate feedback from council. Again, if it was just sharing what the neighborhood plan is, we wouldn't need a motion. We just do that.
Because the challenge is that, let's say you get feedback, you really need council approval to make changes to it, or at least, because I could say I don't like something, but that's just me. And I realize you should do whatever I say, but I also understand I can't.
We would advocate for motions, and depending on the nature of it, yeah, it could, we'd have to make sure that it aligned with the ASP, depending on the nature of the changes, right? Like I can't articulate what the impacts would be, but that would have to be worked through.
So let's say the motion didn't pass. Is the intention still to just provide it just for information to council at some point, or?
It's a public document, absolutely, but we wouldn't be seeking council's approval.
Right, because it doesn't say in the motion, it doesn't say to give feedback or for approval. So, but you're still interpreting it as.
That's my interpretation, but I stand to be corrected.
Okay. Yeah, and the other thing is, so let's say that this motion passes. I'm assuming this would involve potential delay then to actually getting the neighborhood structure plan approved.
Depending on the scope and scale of the feedback and the input, yes, it could.
So, what are we looking at for, like, let's say you submitted it and we all said it was great. Nobody had any feedback, other than thanks for sharing. How much of a delay are we looking at here?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilor Hughes. It's a little bit difficult to say firmly, but you're at least talking probably 2 to 3 weeks of additional time with the, I would say 3 weeks at least with the time to prepare anything for council.
And then if somebody actually wanted to change something, then that's really should be done by council motion as opposed to feedback. So then we're looking at a potential another month or more.
That depends on the scope, the scale of the change, Councilor.
If you were to, if this was to pass and you were to provide feedback or to share it with council in such a way, when do you anticipate sharing it with council? Like which, are you thinking it's going to be in May or June or July or October? When do you think it will be ready for sharing?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can get either Mike or Christina online. There's Mike there. Yeah, we can talk about it.
I don't have the project charter right in front of me, but we anticipated sort of having it completed by the end of the year. So there might be a point at which the work is, say, 70-80% done in the fall, and there could be sort of some circulation of an initial draft.
Okay. What I'm just trying to figure out is, just so you understand, it's just like if it's a time that council's not going to be sitting, then it could cause additional delays trying to get motions to discuss. So I'm trying to figure out the timeline. So you're thinking Q4 of this year is when, assuming that this was just as is.
Correct, Councilor.
Okay. Is there an opportunity, again, let's say the motion fails, but was there an opportunity just to say for information, this is what it looks like in Q3, not asking for feedback, but just to tell you this is where we're at?
Absolutely, we could provide an update, Councilor.
Okay. Okay, that's it for questions. Thank you.
Councilor Cortesh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I realize I have an information request on this topic, which may be a little bit redundant, just in terms of opportunities for engagement. But part of the West ASP, one of the policy statements in the West ASP requires or suggests that there will be stakeholder consultation, particularly with environmental groups, during the well, it just says that in the West ASP that, that it will requires, consultation with environmental groups and other stakeholders. So, just wondering what kind of engagement is taking place and with whom, as part of the neighborhood planning process.
So again, I'll ask Mr. Erickson, but I can say with the area structure plan, we've had significant engagement, direct sit downs with environmental advisory committee, all those groups, a number of times, and had kind of focused discussions on maybe specific points of contention along the way. And some of those keep being brought to the fore, but we have had a good amount of specific engagement with those groups.
Sorry, I'll just reference specifically. So it's what part of the area-wide policy, one of the area-wide policies in the ASP that indicates it's under the natural features policies there, where it says work with regional and provincial stakeholders to help maintain and restore the ecological function of Big Lake, Carrot Creek, Sturgeon River, and Loess Hole Centennial Provincial Park. So I don't know if that does that come up as part of the neighborhood planning process, or is that statement, that policy meant to be more just at the front end of the ASP or at some later stage?
Yeah, Mr. Erickson and perhaps Ms. Peter can jump in on that, but ultimately the ASP defines most of that, right? And there were significant discussions about the environmental reserve component, the standoffs. Not everybody agreed with it, to be perfectly frank, in terms of that engagement, but that decision was made over the course of the ASP. So the NSP, there will be some measure of, because it gets very technical at this point in time, there's far less broad public engagement related to that.
Okay, I don't know if there was any.
Yeah,
additional
Mr.
comment
Erickson,
there.
if you've got anything to add, or Ms. Peter, please go ahead, but otherwise that's broadly, the NP doesn't involve a ton of broad public engagement.
Okay. I just had one other question just about Lakeview and the ASP before I speak to the motion later. There's some discrepancy, or what looks like discrepancy to me, in the ASP for lands south of Meadowview. There's one map on map 2 that shows it as employment area, and then on map 10 it shows it as a wildlife setback. The area is south of Meadowview, and so when developing the neighborhood plan, how is that being interpreted, or too early to tell yet?
No, the team can certainly jump in, but both those things are residents south of Meadowview. So there is a small, it's almost kind of a triangular piece that runs, if my memory serves, from Ray Gibbon Drive up, that will be developed. Those have standoff from the flood mapping and the flood lines, right? So there's a few hundred meters from Big Lake. And then there's, I think it's 1 or 2 particular stands of trees that are environmentally sensitive, and those are protected. And they're more on the west side of that particular small area.
Sorry, I'm just looking at map 10 that shows all of the land south of Meadowview Drive. All of the land south of Meadowview Drive as wildlife setback. So I just don't know how to interpret that, because one of the other maps shows that it's also employment land.
It is absolutely employment land for a portion of that.
So it can be employment land and wildlife setback at the same time?
Yeah, I'll let Adrian's calling up the map here so that we can make sure we're talking the same language.
So is this is the map that you're referring to?
Yeah, so the
Counselor?
dotted part, the dotted portion, it's almost impossible to see on that map, but the south of Meadowview Drive shows that dotted, it looks purple. So on that map, yeah, all that dotted area south of Meadowview Drive, so north of the green, or above the green, but south of Meadowview Drive, all those dots, that's wildlife setback.
Yeah, that's correct.
But then on map 2,
To the right of those dots, there's a white open
Okay.
space that is for development.
so then on map 2, it shows, sorry, this is germane to some of the comments I want to make later, but on map 2, I'm just scrolling up here, it shows the purple that is employment area in the same spot that is the wildlife setback. And so I guess my question was just, as I understand the neighborhood planning process takes its cues from the ASP, and so those that are doing the neighborhood plan, which map takes priority or which is, can something be both employment lands and wildlife setback at the same time?
So Ms. Peter is online, and I think she can speak to this.
Hi, through the chair. I'll try to answer a little bit and just recognizing I don't know all of the policies off the top of my head right now. But there are several policies that refer and discuss about the wildlife sensitivity in that area. We do know that wildlife are using that area. When you go through the entire document, it does talk about that there's a hope to have a wildlife movement corridor. And that it does speak a lot to the riparian areas and to the areas that we can utilize for municipal reserve. The one thing to recognize when it comes to land use planning is that the environmental reserve is very specific about what can and cannot be dedicated as ER. So in order for, and that is usually at a high level, it's unstable slopes, it's areas that flood, land that is considered developable, that have no constraint to that, you cannot deem it as environmental reserve. So to get that, if you wanted to dedicate that as an environmentally sensitive area, you would have to either take it as conservation reserve and the city would have to purchase it. Or in general, the city would you'd have to buy it in general. You don't have to dedicate it as conservation reserve. So that would be a discussion. We did have quite a few conversations and discussions about this through the adoption of the area structure plan. And we can probably dig up some of those old information requests about the costs that go with that. So in recognition that there is a wildlife corridor in that area, what we would hope is that when people are designing the basic land use, that they would be able to somehow incorporate some of the needs that the wildlife might have and need. And that's generally how we would look at it without going into each individual policy. Is that helpful?
Yeah, thank you. That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all my questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Peters.
Thank you very much. So I'll accept it. Now we can move to opening comments from the for debate.
Oh, sure. Okay. So yeah, just a few comments and maybe I'll clarify Councillor Hughes's question in the process here as well. So as council is aware, the current process that was set out by the previous council is to have, council approves the area structure plan. And then the neighborhood plan arises out of that and is more or less a staff endeavor. Developers bring forward the neighborhood plan and then gets approved by administration, by director of planning, without that having to come back to council. And so I understand that process. And I understand the rationale behind that process, make things faster, make things more business friendly, green tape kind of initiative, all that kind of stuff. And although I have some apprehension with that process, I'm willing to, it's a fairly new process. And so I think we need to give it some time and see if it works out. And so I specifically chose this wording in this motion to have it shared with council and come back prior to it being finalized, specifically because I didn't want to change the overall process, didn't want to sort of interfere with the overall process in the sense that, require that it come back to council for approval, require any kind of significant public engagement. My intent was simply that rather than it just being finalized without it coming back to council, that at least be shown to council. And in my head, maybe I could have been more specific in the motion, but what I envisioned was sort of a committee of the whole, a SCOW meeting, bring this back, here's the plan. That puts it in the public realm, provides the opportunity for stakeholder groups, public council to potentially provide some feedback or comment. And maybe it's, hey, it looks great. Maybe it's, hey, have you thought about this? But doesn't specifically require formal approval, because I recognize that this is, well, it's double-edged sword. This is a priority for council, strategic priority for council. But there's also a lot of interest in this area in the community. And so I don't want to delay the project, but also want to, maybe there's some great ideas out there that people see and, hey, have you thought of this? And maybe this would work. The only way I could see this being delayed is if there were some sort of major change. And at that point, that would require a council motion. So this motion in and of itself, just being shared, the information being shared back to city council, I don't think creates a delay. The only way there would be a significant delay is if there were some sort of change that council would have to vote on at that time. So it may not be the full public engagement that some folks would like, but at least it puts it in the public realm. And I think this particular neighborhood plan is a little bit different than some of what we might expect in other neighborhood plans. There's no developer in this case. So the developer is essentially the city. So the city's both acting as the developer and the approving body. And so I think that it just behooves us to have maybe an extra set of eyes on it. Doesn't have the same maybe scrutiny that might have when you have different parties looking at it. So council certainly doesn't bring a technical lens, and nor would I suggest that council get involved in any of the technical aspects of the neighborhood plan. But we do bring a community lens that we can take a look at this through. And others in the public may wish to comment as well. I think, as I pointed out earlier, I also have questions about maybe some of the inconsistencies that are in the ASP, and I'm not sure how that translates into the neighborhood plan, and I'd like an opportunity to see that. As I said, there's some public interest in this. It's the extension of our Red Willow Park master plan. It borders a provincial park. It's, for me, the Red Willow Park, our trail system, our river, the lake forms part of the identity of who we are as a community. And so I think merits a little bit of added scrutiny from that respect as well. So I think that's it. Like I said, I don't think it delays the process, and I just think it's an opportunity to have an extra set of eyes on the project. I was going to mention the headline in the Gazette too. It was an excellent article, Tristan, but the headline, I just want to be clear. I don't think there's anything amiss. The headline implied that, councilor wants more transparency. I don't think there's anything not transparent about the process. I think staff are working diligently to bring forward the best plan possible. There's certainly nothing that I suspect is gone sideways or anything like that. There's no reason to think anything is other than great with the project. I just think it's an opportunity to have an extra look from a community lens from those that are interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hughes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm really not sure how to handle this one. I've been pondering it for a while on Councillor Kurtash, and I'm not sure. I understand your intention. And on the face of it, it seems great. The concern I have is just that we're trying to get Lakeview moving, and I'm concerned about potential delays. I mean, you can say if everything's great, then there's not going to be a delay, but the odds are if you ask people for opinions, there's going to be delays put into it. And I don't want to see us lose any development potentials because of delays that scare people off from actually choosing to develop in Lakeview. So that's kind of one of my concerns is and there's nothing that we can do except for go through the process of doing it. So and the thing is, if there is changes and then it goes to votes, administration doesn't just make a change. They have to basically go back and then rescope everything when they go back into a design. It's not just like, we're just changing this. Often there's other considerations they have to put into it. So it sounds simple, but I'm just not sure. The other thing that I have concerns with is just that Lakeview is an industrial park. So when you look at most of it, it's going to be like, here's roads, here's the plot lines of where we're going to be putting the industrial buildings, et cetera. I would see this as much more relevant with the Badgerlands, where we have a lot of city facilities that are going to be planned to be built there. And the question of just how we're going to be divvying up that pie would definitely be something that we would want to see as a discussion point for sure going forward. So that's my other concern. It's just, I'm not sure if we're going to be getting that much where we'd say, oh, okay, it actually seems pretty simple with the additional delays. So that's my other concern. And so when I'm trying to figure out, do I think the council should be at least aware of what's happening with these lands that are city-owned lands, not necessarily with developer lands, but with city-owned lands prior to it being finalized? Yes. But I would have loved to have seen specifically, like, I guess the wording of the motion to say, to be shared at a committee of the whole meeting, for information purposes or something like that, just so we would have that discussion. But the way it's written is still has some misinterpretations are possible, and it doesn't specifically say what you're envisioning. So it would have been just more useful to say to come to a committee of the whole meeting in Q3 or in Q4 for council's information, as opposed to it could be done many ways to actually accomplish this goal. So as you can tell, I have a lot of reservations about it, but I also understand what you're trying to accomplish. So like I said, I'm on the fence. I'll listen to what everyone else has to say, but that's my general feedback.
Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would reiterate a lot of things that Councillor Hughes has said, but I think if council begins to revisit decisions about neighborhood plan stage, we risk undermining the very governance framework that Council of the Day intentionally adopted in 2022. And I went back and I listened and watched the area structure plan public hearing, and there was lots of public engagement. We've heard from admin that they continue to engage and have engaged ongoing. The comment that the city's the developer, I have full confidence that our admin team will design the neighborhood plan in a way that aligns with the guiding documents, and that they have a clear direction on the environmental considerations that were front of mind back when the area structure plan was developed and at this point in time. And I think we need to let admin do their work. They're still bound by the same planning framework and the same guiding documents and principles that we've established previously. So I don't think that I can support this. I understand your intention, but I think there's been engagement enough to give admin and our planning team clear direction on what the community wants to hear or wants them to hear. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Just being cognizant of time as well, we do have a public hearing starting at 1. So if we get close to that, I'll pause this until we start the public hearing. But Councillor Romansky, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll be very brief. One thing I can stand behind is that the city of St. Albert has very high standards, very high levels of due diligence, very high environmental attention. And so I have full confidence in the city as developing as all those standards would be met, because that's just the way we do things. So I just want to mention that when it's mentioned that a developer might do things differently, I have full confidence in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McKay or Councillor Patrick, do you have anything to add?
No, my comments have been said already.
Okay. Councillor Patrick?
No, I don't really, I'm struggling right now to know how I'm going to vote on this one actually, because where like Councillor Hughes, I'm a little bit, I just don't want anything to be delayed is the one thing. And I understand that there was a lot of consultation done. However, I also get the point of this, like it would be nice to see it. So I'm struggling a little bit with this one. I'm not sure. That's it.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief. I'm just trying to summarize my thoughts. I understand the intent, and a lot of the comments made are practical and I think well grounded. Lakeview Business Districts is kind of our attempt to answer the community call for us to start looking at ways to shift the property tax base. It's an extremely important point for this community. It's taken a long time to get here, and it's going to take a long time for it to be, fully built out. I think council has an obligation to oversee or at least be part of. I certainly don't have the intent to start changing things, nor am I an expert in that space. But I think we do have a responsibility, and I take that seriously, that we have the opportunity here at this one time for the largest non-residential development for our city to come forward. There's nothing right now to evaluate in the sense of development. We still need to service the land. This is a long-term project. And we have seen in the past large-scale projects community feedback, be a little bit frustrated. So I don't think this is going to delay it all that significantly because there's nothing right now that is pressing to move forward. So I think with full faith in our administration, I don't see how we can't work together on this to ensure it meets our community needs. So I'll leave it to Councillor Cortesh to close if he can do that in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Right. I can do it. Yeah. And let me be clear, this is not an indictment on our staff. I have absolutely full confidence in our planning staff. This is I mean, the ASP is a huge document. There's 422 policy statements if I counted them properly. There's a lot that's going into this. This is a massive project for our city. And I just think having an extra, an extra opportunity for just oversight and suggestions is appropriate. I don't think it undermines the process. Like I said, I think this is unique because we don't have the developer presenting it to the city and that back and forth. So I think it is a little bit of a different process. And so I'm not worried about sort of future ramifications in other developments. With respect to Councillor Hughes, your comments in Badger, I agree that may merit significant council oversight as well. I'm not sure. But I would argue that this particular property, being close to the provincial park and Red Willow Trail and the entirety of Carrot Creek going up that west side is pretty significant for the city as well. And as the mayor has pointed out, this is significant in terms of our future as a city and our non-residential business growth. This is a huge opportunity for our city, and I think some degree of I don't even want to call it oversight because that's not what I'm asking for. Just some degree of accountability. I don't know, oversight, I guess, if you want to use that word, is appropriate. And lastly, delays. So the only way that this gets delayed, I mean, this is a year-long process, the neighborhood planning process. We just heard it's going to be Q4. 2 or 3 weeks to bring it to a committee of the whole meeting, I don't think is a significant delay. The only way it gets delayed more than that is if council identifies something that, oh my God, we need to change something. There's something wrong here. We need to change something. In which case, then it would have been a benefit to bring it back to council because we found something. If there's nothing that merits change, there's going to be no delay. If there is something that merits change, then council will vote on that at the time and determine that it's appropriate enough or important enough that it be delayed. But that's a decision that comes at that stage. Otherwise, I don't see this delaying anything at all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 minutes for a vote.
Thank you very much. We will move it to a vote, please. That motion has passed 4-3. Jesus. With myself, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Cortesh, and Councillor Patrick in favor, Councillor Bermansky, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Mackay against. We will take a 1-minute break and start our public hearing promptly. Refreshing break for everybody. We will, I'll hereby open the public hearing at 1 o'clock. One of two, pardon me. The first one regarding bylaw 14/2026 in pertaining to the redistricting of Fire Hall number 4 site for our first, second, and third readings. Is there any councillor, is there any councillor present who wishes to declare a conflict of interest or pecuniary interest with respect to the public hearing? I don't see anybody jumping up. For today's public hearing, we'll follow the procedures outlined in the procedure bylaw 24/2022. First, we will hear from administration and then the applicant, which is also administration today. Council may ask questions after the presentation. The applicant will have up to 10 minutes to speak, and members of the public will have 5 minutes to speak if they wish. I don't believe we have any other written submissions. Thank you. When there's no further information to share, administration or the applicant being the same, a motion will be made to close the public hearing. There is no debate on the matter nor a decision made on this matter until the public hearing is closed. Debate will occur on the consideration of second or third readings of this bylaw. We will now hear, I'll turn it over to administration to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Suzanne Rube from the Planning and Development Department, and I'll be presenting on Bylaw 14/2026 to redistrict the future Fire Hall 4 site. There it goes. So the location we are looking at today is at the northern edge of the Jensen Lakes neighborhood. The current address is 1100 St. Albert Trail. Bylaw 14/2026 proposes to redistrict 0.937 hectares of land from future urban development district to public-private institutional district. The future urban development district is a holding district until urban development occurs on the lands. The intended use of fire hall falls under the land use bylaw definition of government service. However, government service is not a permitted or discretionary use within the future urban development district. This is the reason for the proposed land use district of public, private, and institutional service district, where government service is a permitted use. The remainder of 1100 St. Albert Trail will be redistricted when the lands are closer to development. The proposed redistricting was circulated to properties within 100 meters of the site, excluding the width of St. Albert Trail. The properties captured in this radius are shown on the map. All licensed businesses within the addresses of 1155, 1145, 1135, and 1115 St. Albert Trail were included. In 2020, a council motion approved the purchase of lands at 1100 St. Albert Trail. Purchase occurred in 2021 with the subdivision parcel registered in 2022. A motion in 2024 directed the type of building construction and the continuance of the project. Although the site is within the commercial corridor along St. Albert Trail, the Jensen Lakes Area Structure Plan notes this particular site is earmarked for a transit center / park and ride node, as well as a future fire hall location, which is noted on the maps. Approval of the redistricting would allow for the approval of the subdivision creating the fire hall site. Following subdivision approval, the project team can move on to permits and then construction of the fire hall. Without redistricting, the subdivision and construction would both be non-conforming. In closing, staff recommend the closing of the public hearing and that bylaw 14/2026 to amend Schedule A of the land use bylaw be given 3 readings and enacted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I will continue. We have no public submissions. I'd ask, we'll now hear any verbal submissions if there's anybody that would like to speak in the gallery. I don't see anybody running to the microphone. Does council have any further questions for administration at this point? Councillor Hughes, please go ahead.
Thanks. Just a quick question. So I know we just approved the servicing. So with that, will we have any servicing constraints at all? Or is it, like, let's just say that we have a delay because we're waiting for the grant to happen based on the approval from last time. So if the larger solution does not manifest in time, are we going to have servicing issues?
As of the project that was approved this morning, so it would be a condition of subdivision to sign a development agreement and have servicing that is acceptable to the city's engineer.
Okay.
And then there's a year's worth of time to meet those conditions, which is signing the development agreement. So there is time to meet those conditions and put servicing in place.
Because let's just say we don't get the grant. I'm hoping we get the grant. Let's say we don't get the grant. And then let's just say that the majority of council says we're not moving forward without the grant. Are we still okay? Or do we need to come back and discuss servicing again?
Yeah, I think certainly, could ask either utilities or engineering to jump on, and I think they can address that question. There are still some interim options, right, that could potentially be leveraged, or in a worst case scenario, we could look at a contained option.
Okay, so.
But yeah, I see the team has jumped up.
Okay.
Did you want to take this one, Jordan, or do you want me? Go ahead. Okay, so Fire Hall 4 is a small development, and we do have some backup plans. I believe it was written. There's some wording in the charter, but 0.3 to 0.4 liters per second is what we're anticipating as the flows from Fire Hall 4. And if we were to waterproof, enhanced waterproofing of a single sanitary manhole that's at a SAG location, so prone to ponding, if we were to do enhanced waterproofing at one of those locations, we anticipate that would provide 0.2 liters per second. It would reduce the amount of stormwater going into the sanitary sewer, which would offset the development. So we would need to waterproof 2 manholes in the event that Northeast Servicing doesn't go ahead to meet our timelines.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we have an alternate plan and that
We-
we'll be okay either way.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll call one last time if there's anyone in the public gallery here to speak that's not had a chance. See anything? And now I'd ask if I could get a motion to close the public hearing. Thank you, Councilor McKay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, that the public hearing on bylaw 14/2026 be closed.
Thank you very much. We'll go to vote, please. Okay, I'll close the fastest public hearing in history at 1:06 for the first one. And we will move to the debate, or I'll ask for a motion for the first reading, pardon me. Okay, thank you, Councilor McKay.
That wasn't faster. We've had faster.
Wow.
Sorry, you'll have, as a new sheriff in town, you'll have to speed things up. That bylaw 14/2026 being amendment 18 to the land use bylaw 18/2024 be read a first time.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. That motion passed unanimously. I'd ask for a second reading, please.
I'll continue if that's all right
Yep.
with you. That bylaw 14/2026 be read a second time.
Thank you very much. I don't believe we're going to have to debate this, so we can move that to vote, please. Thank you. That motion passed unanimously. I'd ask for a separate counselor to make a motion for unanimous consent to move to third reading. Counselor Bermansky, thank you.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 14/2026.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. Thank you. That passed unanimously, and we'll go to third reading, please.
Yeah, sorry. That bylaw 14/2026 be read a third time.
Okay, we are gonna, do you have any opening comments?
Go ahead.
Councilor
Did you
Hughes?
want to say that? Did you want to make the motion? Oh, okay.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Hughes.
Okay. Because we just whipped through this as if it was nothing. We have been waiting for this for 6 years to actually manifest. So I just want to acknowledge the amount of work and time and patience that's been involved in actually making this happen. We thought we'd actually have this thing built by 2023. And due to many different circumstances, it's now been delayed, but this is actually a huge deal that we actually not only are discussing a fire hall, but are actually about to build the fire hall. In many ways, I thought that this was never going to happen because it took so long, but we are here and we are moving forward. And I just want to acknowledge this because this is, while we're whipping through this really quickly, this is actually a huge deal that we've been waiting for more than half of a decade to actually say, final go ahead. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Very well said. Would you have any closing remarks?
No, I just would just go and say, if you look at the actually borrowing bylaw, it's 22/2021. So, I mean, we're finally here, and I think it's good news for all the residents in the new areas, growth areas of our community, that they will have the same fire services the rest of the residents will have. And so I'm glad that we're moving ahead, and this is a necessary step.
Thank you very much. Well said. We can go to vote, please. And that motion passed unanimously. Wonderful. Okay. We can now reopen our second. I see our season ticket holder, Michaela Davis, is here if we have questions. So she's here to answer any questions regarding the Jensen Lakes redistricting. So I will hereby open the public hearing concerning bylaw 4/2026 regarding Jensen Lakes 15th redistricting for first, second, and third reading. Is there any counselor present who wishes to declare a conflict of interest or pecuniary interest with respect to the public hearing? One time. Yeah. Oh, I don't, okay. For today's public hearing, we will follow the procedures outlined in procedure bylaw 24/2022. First, we'll hear from administration, then if necessary, the applicant, and then the public. Council may ask questions after the presenter has had the opportunity to speak. The applicant will have up to 10 minutes to speak, and members of the public will have up to 5 minutes to speak. I don't believe we have any written submissions that have been received since this morning. Perfect. When there's no further information to share from the public, administration or the applicant, a motion will be made to close the public hearing. There will be no debate on this matter nor a decision made on this matter until the public hearing is closed. Debate will occur on consideration of second or third readings of this bylaw. And I will turn it over to administration to begin their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Eric Schultz, and I'm here from Planning and Development to present Bylaw 4/2026, which is a redistricting in the Jensen Lakes neighborhood. Jensen Lakes is a residential neighborhood located in the central north of St. Albert, west of St. Albert Trail, north of Villeneuve Road, east of Range Road 255, and south of the future Fowler Way. Bylaw 4/2026 is an amendment to the land use bylaw Schedule A. Schedule A graphically identifies each parcel of land in the city and its current land use district. When there's a change to Schedule A, a redistricting occurs. This application was made by Select Engineering Consultants Limited on behalf of Villeneuve Communities, Inc. It proposes to redistrict a total of 45.6 hectares of undeveloped land, loosely divided into 3 groups as shown here. The current land use district for all the land subject to this application is currently Future Urban Development, which is a holding district until development occurs on these lands. The first area is located in the southwest corner of the neighborhood. Most of the site will be low-density residential, both small lot and lane lot residential, with 1 medium-density site and a central park. The second area is located on the west end of the private lake. It's comprised of small lot residential lots and a private walkway to allow access to the lake. The third area runs along the southern edge of Jensen Lakes Phase 2, and it is comprised of it's a large area comprised of a mix of low and medium density residential, along with a large community park, a neighborhood park, and a linear park. The city's municipal development plan, Flourish, shows the proposed amendment areas as neighborhood. Neighborhoods are primarily residential areas, typically made up of low-rise housing along with schools, parks, and local shops and services. The Jensen Lakes Area Structure Plan shows the amendment area as low and medium density residential plus public park and the 1 private walkway. Sanitary capacity in Jensen Lakes is an ongoing concern. Currently, there is no capacity to develop the lands that are included in this redistricting application. Any future subdivision of these lands are not anticipated to proceed until the Northeast Servicing Project has been constructed. On April 7th of this year, federal funding for the Northeast Servicing Project was announced. However, no formal agreement has yet been signed, and such an agreement will require provincial approval. This application was circulated to internal and external stakeholders. As well, 371 letters were sent to residents and businesses within 100 meters of the proposed redistricting area, as shown in blue on the map. Aside from the servicing issue noted, no other objections or concerns were raised by stakeholders, and no comments were received from the public. In conclusion, the proposed redistricting aligns with the Jensen Lakes Area Structure Plan and the city's municipal development plan, Flourish, and therefore administration recommends approval of Bylaw 4/26 as presented today. Thank you. Administration is available for questions.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to call for just a quick pause. Councillor Mackay. Yeah, I saw. With the security guard, we're fine. Before we ask for any questions for the applicant, are there any questions for administration? Councillor Hughes, please go ahead.
This is a quick one, but as you just said, this is exactly as they have matched with the area structure plan, as far as I can see. They made no deviations at all. And to the proponent who's there, thank you for actually bringing forward a plan and then sticking to it. I mean, this is approved in 2014. It's 12 years later, and they maintained the original plan, and that is rare. We see many other developments which dramatically change it and massively increase the density at every opportunity. And it says something that they put forward a plan that 12 years later still stands its ground. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
When you hit your gavel, you set the alarm. Yes. Jeez.
You didn't know your own strength, Scott. That's your problem. Like you didn't know your own strength.
That's what you do when you carry a city.
Yeah, when you carry a badge like that.
Thanks, Jesus. Okay, no short of entertainment in City of St. Albert Council chambers. Councillor Cortash, do you have questions for administration?
Yeah, either administration or the proponent, I'm not sure which, and maybe Counselor Clark and I were joking earlier, she's gonna be known for snow and ice, and I'm gonna be the trail guy for everything here, but so maybe this is a dumb question, but on municipal reserve, like the actual installation of the trails, is that the developer or is that the city that does that? And where I'm going with this is just, I noticed on the redistricting just south of Stormwater Management Facility 2B, there's the walkway on the, I guess that'd be the southeast corner, and the trail doesn't show it connecting. I don't know if that's a big deal or not, or what. I just had a question about that connection. I don't even know if that's a redistricting question, but we've got the plan in front of us, so that's what brought it to my attention. I don't know if you can see it on that map without zooming in, but it's right at there's the municipal reserve, the south part of, nope, it's the other one. The bottom left. Yeah, that, it doesn't show it on that map. On the, what is this? On the future land use Jensen Lakes area structure plan. Yeah, on that one. So I don't know if you can see the bottom, very bottom left. There's that walkway south of the stormwater management facility, but the dotted line doesn't connect to the walkway, and I don't know if that gets, I don't know. It seems like that should connect.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Korotash. At a high level, the area structure plan identifies park spaces and trail connections conceptually at a high level. And then at further stages in the planning process, we get into the details. So at the subdivision stage, we'd be looking at detailed drawings, and any construction would be captured through the development agreement. And in terms of who's constructing the trails and the infrastructure, I'll defer to either my colleagues in parks or operations who can speak to who actually constructs those facilities. Thank you.
So, the detailed design happens later after redistricting. That's at the development permit stage? Okay.
Typically, we process redistricting applications and subdivision applications at the same time. In this case, the rezoning application is happening a bit sooner. And then later on, when there's servicing available, we would process the subdivision applications. And through the detailed drawing reviews and the development agreement, that's when all those details would be sorted out.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's the good map. I was just looking at the walkway on the bottom there, right next to where it says 1.5, but it just looks like it doesn't connect to the trail.
Yes, if I can address that, Councillor Cortash. So yeah, I brought this up. We've had this question with a number of the walkways within Jensen Lakes. Not everything is trail to trail.
Okay.
This relies, if you can see like that W, that's a walkway, there's walkways there. And so you're going from trail to walkway to street to walkway to park.
Yep.
So that's just how the neighborhood is planned. It's not straight trail connected all the way
Oh,
through.
totally. What about trail to grass? Like I'm just with the walkway where the W is to the left of the 1.5. Does that just open out onto the park, or does that connect to the trail as well? I'm thinking in Deer Ridge, we've got, the sidewalks that connect the walkways between houses to the trails.
Yeah.
Is that the intention there?
I presume so. I mean,
Okay.
again, like Ms. Mahoney said,
Okay.
there's a little bit of further refinement, like we're going from up
Yeah,
here
totally,
to
okay.
here to, the nuances.
No,
and-
but I think, Counselor, yeah, absolutely. Again, to be confirmed, but a walkway emptying onto the street, right, is sort of not a good thing, right? And so it would be connected through a sidewalk or something, right, in terms of that piece. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, if you have questions for administration.
Yeah, thank you. So this, I apologize, this really has nothing to do with the public hearing and the application before us, but something jumped out at me as I looked at the maps. And that is the roundabouts on Fowler Way. And it seemed odd to me that we would have roundabouts on a road that ultimately connects to 4 lanes of Ray Gibbon. So is that something that comes before council so we could address that, or how does that get addressed?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Clark. I'll defer to our colleagues in transportation who can answer your question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you through the chair. So the concept of Fowler Way initially supported intersection treatments to be roundabouts. As we got into further design, we've seen those roundabouts be removed from that section of roadway. And really just for some general awareness, it's the intersection analysis is performed kind of anticipating the full growth and capacity of the roadway. We look at analyze different treatments from signalized to non-signalized to roundabouts. And at the time, during the concept work, it was identified that roundabouts would be supporting stronger operations. It's just been better refined, and that link in reference to connecting to Ray Gibbon Drive, in the wholeness of time, Ray Gibbon Drive itself will become a 6 or 8 lane freeway. So it's similar to other arterials right now that are 4 lane cross sections tying into it. The treatments of intersections of roadways connecting to Ray Gibbon won't be determined by the Ray Gibbon operations or future planning unto themselves. So, but just I guess for general awareness, we have seen those roundabouts with the completion of the preliminary design of Fowler removed. And it's a standard signalized intersections being proposed and designed for future consideration and construction.
Okay, that gives me some relief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The applicant is here represented, as I mentioned. There is no presentation. You're just here to answer questions. Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions at this time for the applicant? No? Perfect. Okay. And again, sorry, just to confirm, Marta, there's no written submissions, correct? Perfect, thank you. We will now hear any verbal submissions, if there's any. Does anyone in the public gallery wish to speak on this matter? No? Okay. Does council have any further questions for administration or the applicant? Nothing? Perfect. Again, for the last time, is there anyone in the public gallery here that wishes to speak that has not had a chance to make their submission? Thank you. Therefore, could I get a motion, please, to close this public hearing? Councillor Hughes, thank you.
The public hearing of bylaw 4/2026 be closed.
Thank you very much. We can go to a vote, please. That motion passed unanimously, and I'll hereby close the public hearing. Yeah. This is unbelievable. Okay, I would ask for a counselor to bring forward our first reading. Not everybody jump up once. Councillor Hughes, thank you.
Yeah, I want to do it. Let bylaw 4/2026 be amendment 19 to the land use bylaw 18/2024 be read a first time.
Thank you. We can go to vote, please. We got it. That motion passed unanimously. I'd ask for a second reading, please.
I can keep going if you want.
Yeah,
just to-
please do.
Okay, great. Yeah, that bylaw 4/2026 be read a second time.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for administration before I accept it? No, we can go to debate if you'd like to open with some comments.
I really appreciate the fact that we have a plan in front of us that did not have to be altered. And that they built it so well the first time that they're actually confident about both what they're providing for the public at the time and actually going forward. They've not changed the design. They haven't changed the density. They've recognized that they meet the demands of the residents. And it's interesting that they recognize that the demands of the residents in 2014 are the same as what's coming out in 2026. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any questions. Do you want to make closing remarks? Yeah, no, we have to go to vote. What? Oh, sorry. Okay, I'd ask for a vote. You got me rattled. That's motion passed unanimously. Thank you. And I'd ask for a motion for unanimous consent to go to third reading. Oh, Sandy, Councillor Clark, please. Thank you.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 4/2026.
Thank you very much. Could we go to vote, please? That passed unanimously. Thank you. And I ask Councillor Hughes for third reading, please.
Yes, that bylaw 4/2026 be read a third time, and just also to maybe register that thing as a weapon. That's all.
I don't believe there's any further comments, so we could just go to vote, please. That passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay. I don't believe we have any emergent items at this time, which is great. Okay, sorry, I'm not aware if we have any IRs or notice of motion.
Excuse me, Mayor. Sorry, there's item 14.2
Oh,
under
14.2.
council motions. Yeah.
You're right. My apologies. We will go to 14.2 before we do our IRs. That's obvious. 14.2 is council motion 26-015, which is the spot redesign and repair of Belrose Drive, brought forward by Councillor Hughes. Thank you.
So I first have to do the notice of motion, which is, did you give me the proper wording on it? Or is my wording good enough, Marta?
The wording that was in the admin background, or is sufficient?
Okay, hold on. In the background or in what I wrote?
We'll throw it up on the screen
That's
here.
perfect. Because I just wrote the lazy man's version.
So normally we have the section reference to the procedure bylaw in there. I didn't add it. It's sufficient without it. So it's just a 20-day notice.
Okay, that's what I had. Okay, that the 20-day notice of motion requirement is waived.
Are there any questions for administration at this time? No. Perfect. Thank you. You can go to open.
Sure. The reason why I'm asking for this is because I actually gave 18 days notice, so we're pretty close to 20. Also because administration already had written an IR backgrounder basically to explain what we would be doing, so I wasn't requiring extra work on that. So I thought we're not actually causing extra work or extremely onerous work for staff to be able to do this. And the other reason I'm asking for this is because if there's any opportunity for us to have the design and have it be done this year, I wanted to get it done as soon as possible. We can basically do paving when we're lucky until November, but if we waited an extra month, it could take us out of that running, and that's why I was asking for it today. That's it.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, I don't think there's anything else. Do you want to close? That's it. Perfect. Okay, we can go to vote, please. Thank you very much. That motion passed unanimously.
So can we just change the number from 50,000 to 45? And so it will be that the spot redesign and repair of Belrose Drive, immediately north of Oakmont Drive, as described in the response and map in IR 26-009, conditions of Belrose Drive, is approved for up to 45,000 to be funded from the capital reserve. Questions, Sam?
Questions for administration? Huh? Like, okay, Councillor McKay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is just a question to administration in relation to, and I don't want to bring Mr. Schick up again, so I'm afraid that I don't know what he did. But I guess it would be in relation to when did administration become aware of it? Was it as a result of the IR, or were there ongoing kind of condition reports as it related to that stretch of roadway? Was this the timing perspective? Was this kind of something that was on administration's radar to eventually to fix, or was it identified as a hazard prior to the IR, or was the IR what cued this?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I'm going to ask Dean Schick actually to respond to that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKay, and through the chair. Ultimately, the IR brought it to engineering transportation's larger perspective. There was some initial discussion just happening in the recent year, maybe 18 months, where engagement with public operations, they were sharing some concerns largely around had been responding throughout the past. And I believe Mr. Tim Saunders is available to talk about maybe their timelines, but Because of the response to the conditions, it was wet conditions and some issues with people driving off the shoulder in that area. They kind of shared some concerns, but there was no discussion of imminent kind of immediate public safety concerns or like substantial functional operational concerns that kind of sparked it into become a priority. I guess that's the thing. We become aware of certain issues, but in terms of our network response, we have other areas that we may be focused on, and it's all prioritized, so it's all relative. In saying that, then in the last few months through the IR, we had started hearing around the same time as the IR timeline some public concerns, and we weren't though sure, because it was winter conditions, what the influences were in terms of and sometimes when you get public concerns, they're a little bit maybe not specific as to the actual issue, what the primary issue is, in comparison to, say, someone saying they left the roadway and in inclement weather and poor road conditions, we try and hash out what those details are. But through kind of this whole more holistic discussion between public operations, the IR sparked it. It become kind of a little more detailed and a little clearer in regards to what some of the issues were out there, and then further discussion into what opportunities existed to mitigate said issues. So I'd say this is all fairly new. It wasn't really on our engineering transportation improvement list or priority areas prior to this IR in that time frame.
So I guess a follow-up question is does this kind of take away from another area of priority, or can you include this in this year's work ideally, or next year's work? I'm just not sure in relation to the timeline. If we approve this today, does it take away from something that you guys are doing or planning on doing this year?
No, thank you, Councilor McKay. Through you, the chair. No, this is partially the reason why we requested the funding to do this. Our current 2026 funds are committed. And so for us to respond, we recognize that this, in discussion with public operations, we started to put some values to their response and the resource implications. And so recognizing that, and then a cost comparison and benefit of the actual improvement. Administration, we believe, as a joint kind of collaborative group here, that it is a good investment to go in and do this minor modification and improvement. But being that our funds are committed, we didn't have the full capacity to add it. So we have the capability to deliver on the work and the program. We don't have the funding necessarily, and hence the request for funding to be approved with this.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Is there any imminent danger right now that would require some sort of another process to be put in place, i.e. a guardrail or a New Jersey median or some sort of, I don't know, a cautionary traffic device? Or is it just that this is just a condition of the road, that it's not gonna, somebody's not gonna go off the edge and into the ditch there?
Our belief is that, because that was looked into as an alternative improvement, is that there is an influence to design along with driver behavior. So the redesign ultimately should help mitigate driver behavior in terms of that merge area, which in a better sense solves the larger issue. Putting a barrier may simply result in further continued driver behavior that ultimately impacts said barriers and drivers. So with this redesign, it gives a little bit more of a lesser degree of sharp angle for drivers to make that merge. Some further alternative improvements like in signage are available too. Like there are advanced warning signs recognizing that merge lane and direction and warning to drivers. That would be improved upon too with the improvement. But that would be through our operational dollars. So we're not requesting any funding associated with those kind of softer improvements as well. But the alternative measures we don't believe would ultimately fully address the issue. And we were hoping that this moderate improvement could.
Okay, I appreciate it. So I mean, as per your background, your administration is on board with this and is kind of saying this is something that we should be doing.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Through the chair, we do support this motion, and through both the public operations and engineering transportation, we believe it's an effective kind of immediate response to the area. And then we'll continue to monitor it as well. This won't be just a simplistic, one and done kind of case, but we'll be watching for it. And if there are other larger significant improvements, those may have to be timed or may influence timelines of other capital improvements like the RMR program or whatnot that's planned for in the early 2030s along this segment of road. But we try to maximize our investment. Either way you want to look at it, minimize our investment of lost costs and doing an improvement that could be lost in the interim, and time it with the larger improvements, with this roadway ranging from the RMR work planned in the moderate time frame to the longer term plans of widening Belrose Drive to a 4-lane corridor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortash, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was some of my questions there. But in Mr. Schick's response, you had mentioned that engineering and transportation improvement list. And so I guess I'm interested in that list. Is there, for lack of better term, sort of a ranking of priority projects? I'm not going to ask how you get into the ranking because I'm sure there's a lot of variables and that's probably a big part of what you do. But in terms of a ranking, a list, 2 questions. One, where would this project sort of fall on that list? And 2, other projects throughout the city, is there somewhere when residents say, hey, we need a traffic light at this corner, is there a list or a ranking we can point to and say, oh, that's 3rd down the list, that's 5th down the list? Is that, or maybe it's not that simplistic?
Go ahead, Mr. Schick.
Thank you. Through Chair, so we do, there's a variety of different projects and programs that ultimately subject to the type of issue and the request, and how we rank and prioritize and respond to them. So in terms of this one, I'd say it's like a network improvement associated with an operational potential. And I'm going to use the term safety, but in this case, again, there was relevant reported concerns of safety. Our transportation network improvement program, and oh goodness, it's in one of our RMR charters, 054, I believe, our network improvements. We have our transportation systems management that address operational concerns like what you mentioned in terms of signalization and whatnot. And so we go out and we perform data collection, warrant analysis, and we prioritize intersections based on the actual data. And then we kind of try to foresee into the future to forecast when the growth may influence, if it's not warranted today, when that intersection improvement may occur. Same thing with minor improvements, pedestrian crossing improvements. That's all kind of through our transportation systems management. Our broader, larger operational and safety improvements to the network are through our network improvement strategy, which is the growth charter. And those are the projects that you see like Boudreaux and Campbell Road, the intersection that's proposed for 2026, St. Albert Trail and St. Anne. These are significant intersections that are facing actual reported collisions. They're identified with reports of concern as well. There may be operational capacity issues, like low levels of service or congestion and delay, certain movements. And that program goes to address those.
Right.
In amongst that, though, is if there are minor improvements associated on sites that have our RMR program. So as an example, if it were an optimal world, then, we would be doing RMR on Belrose Drive. And I would have responded back to council to say, we're doing this RMR project. We'll address this design and this improvement with said program. And then that would be kind of done holistically as a more larger project. In this case, because the timeline of RMR on Belrose Drive isn't planned for the next, 7-8 years, there was nothing bringing us to Belrose Drive in this area in the imminent future. And so, it could be a case that, if this became a significant issue, then in comparison to some of those other areas like Boudreaux and Campbell or St. Albert Trail, St. Anne, then, that it would become a priority in that aspect, right, in comparison to these sites. But it's difficult for these sites of low issue to be, prioritized ahead, no matter the value of funding, to some degree. It's difficult for them to be prioritized necessarily against those types of comparators. And where possible, if we saw something with public operations that we could improve on and we had funding, we would look to try and make it fit within any of those programs that we had funding. So whether it be through the transportation systems management, through the network improvement, and we would just try and address it as best possible with approved funding that we had.
All right, thanks very much. That's very helpful. Outside of the big projects like the Boudreaux Campbell and St. Anne Street, St. Albert Trail, that other kind of list that you spoke of, is that available to council or the public, or to see what's on the city's radar in terms of what the city's looking at for upcoming improvements?
Through the chair, so we don't have it currently, but that is one of our improved communication objectives. To have similar to a dashboard that we have right now for motor vehicle collisions and traffic volumes in the city. There's a dashboard if people like to go to the city website. We've talked amongst the transportation group here, and our next one of our actions that actually is in process is creating a dashboard so people can see what intersections have been requested for improvement, when they were last assessed, or like that warrant analysis performed, what some of the quick updates were, and what may be the projected timelines for improvement. So then that way, because we do annually get kind of similar requests for certain locations. And so we are trying to, we've identified that, we see that trend, and we see an opportunity in improved communication. It's just developing that tool for everybody to utilize and keep it hopefully effective and efficient for residents and stakeholders to appreciate and use properly.
That's excellent. Thanks. I look forward to that. That's really encouraging and very helpful. Thank you very much, Mr. Schick.
Thank you very much. I guess we can move it to, there's no other questions for administration before I accept? Okay, perfect. We can, Councillor Hughes, you can open.
Okay, so I don't really know if I can take much more than what Dean already said. All I can say is thank you to Councillor Clark for bringing forward this information request and to bringing it both to council and to the city's attention that this intersection needed some improvement just from a safety perspective. And from what I understand, there's been several near-miss accidents happening at this one intersection, and that this simple solution, yes, it does cost $45,000, but the simple solution, I think ultimately will improve the quality of the drive for the people who have to do that significantly going forward. So I just thank you to Mr. Sheen thank you to Dean District for all of the work to try to make this happen quickly, and for working so proactively to try to figure out how to follow the solution. And I'm hoping we have council support. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I move it to Councillor Clark for comments, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate everything that Mr. Schick has said. I personally have witnessed a number of vehicles going into the ditch, and actually witnessed one losing control coming towards me. So I think that, you know, they've identified it now. Administration's report notes that there's 5 mid-block collisions. I'm going to assume in that block that that's probably what's happened, is someone has tried to overcorrect. So I appreciate that everything that admin has done. I know that there was some representation of possibly putting guardrails, and that's simply a fixed object that cars are going to hit. Right now they can enter a ditch and drive back out, but I think this is a good fix so that we keep our residents safe and we keep them on the roads. So I appreciate that, and I hope that council will support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments, council? I don't believe so. I'd say, yeah, I think this is an efficient way to address concern in the city. I sincerely appreciate administration's effort to find a way to make this happen. That's fantastic. And it's just displays that we are working collaboratively with our community to ensure that safety concerns are being addressed in an extremely timely manner. So thank you very much. Do you have any closing remarks? No, we can go to a vote, please. Thank you. That motion passed unanimously. Okay. We're nearing the end. I believe we have a couple of information requests, and I'll move that over to Councilor Bernanke.
Thank you. The first one, please confirm if there are plans or future plans to convert any of the neighborhood tennis courts into pickleball courts, and if further consideration has been given to convert tennis space into additional pickleball courts at La Rose. And my second information request is, it has been brought to my attention that one of the pickleball courts at LaRose Park has been locked and in need of repair for over the last 2 summers. Will this court be repaired and opened for the 2026 summer season? And that's it.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any notice of motions to read in. I do have one announcement. I'm gonna try my technology here. See. I'm on. There we go. So I'd like to publicly recognize these 2 little kids, Marley and Finn Davis, who Marley had the initiative on Saturday to spend over 2.5 hours with her little brother, working their way through Aaron Ridge, picking up garbage to keep Earth clean. So I would like to, for the record, acknowledge their hard work. Some may remember little Finn Davis on his 5th birthday got to be mayor for a day. And he's certainly working his campaign early. And I look forward to continue to be a community steward. So this is fantastic. And just like to recognize them for the public record. So thank you very much. I know, it's a few. Okay, so I guess we can make a motion now to move in camera for the CAO council dialogue, please. Councillor Clark, thank you.
That council move in camera to have a confidential dialogue with the Chief Administrative Officer pursuant to Section 29(1)(a) of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you very much. We'll go to vote, please. And that passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Tristan, I don't think there's much to come back other than didn't love that photo of me last week in the paper, but you're on my list now.